Hmm. Hello, hello. Start off every stream with these fun and interactive dailies. And I gotta start removing some people on the friends list, since there's a lot of people quitting. Oh, let me sign up. Let me not forget to sign up. Actually, I think it auto-signs you up. But, yeah. In case you weren't here yesterday, we ended off at a... What's the math on this? 91.3. So we lost 7 rounds. Is that right? We lost 7 races. Yesterday was really bad. Like yesterday, I think I lost 4 of them. I think 4 of my losses were yesterday because I had 2. I went 18 and 20, 19 and 20, and then 20 and 20, and then yesterday went 17 and 20. Is that correct? Is that correct? No, I went 16 and 20 yesterday. I don't remember. This CM has been so boring. Whatever. We're gonna enter with this team again. Main thing is, yeah, once again, probably if somebody has... I mean, we saw that problem yesterday. I think there was like 2 gold ships that were 13,000 rated, and they had essentially what I had, but straight away spurt, and I lost to them. Nothing I can really do there, besides make a better gold ship. So we just have to pray. Maybe I have to do some voodoo magic tonight to to win tomorrow. But I'm just gonna enter with this team. What's the difference now? It's 4 pulls and 1,000 carats between first and third. 4 pulls is 600, so it's a 10 pull of difference. I just want the goddess statues. That's like the most important thing. Gotta get so many of those. But I think we can 4-star on McQueen today. But let me finish this first. What? Oh, I just lost like 1,000 gold. Hoping for something unexpected. I just don't like setting expectations for myself, especially with how RNG this game is. Hey, Liberty, it's been a month since you subbed? That's crazy. I can't believe I've been doing it for this long. Have you had another McQueen Legend race? No, but there was missions early on. There was missions that gave out the shards. I don't remember when the missions were, though. But I also pulled 2 McQueens. So I pulled 2 McQueens, which was 120 shards, and then like the other 30-ish came from... The other 30-ish came from the missions. It might have been it might have been like the opening missions. I can't remember where they came from. I remember there were missions. Wait, I'm gonna get sidetracked because now I wanna know. Let me see. No, not main missions. No, these were permanent, right? It might have been an event and not a mission. I remember something gave gold chip crystals. Story missions? Maybe. I don't remember. Because I know I pulled 2 McQueens, and that's why I had so many. But I don't know where the rest of it came from. Except... But yeah, I have... Like, I'm 5 off. Yeah, we got the McQueen and Teo. Yeah, I also remember getting the Teo shards. Because, let me see. How many do I have? Yeah, I have 119 of her. And she had a legend race, right? So there was like 80 from that, and then the other 40 from something. Like, I don't own a copy of her. Alright, let's do this. I've just been front running my CM gold chip. I think we've lost one race on gold chip by front running her. Because if swinging doesn't proc, like, I still have enough HP to like spurt at a low speed. So I've just been front running the gold chip. 30 off, yeah. Yeah, I mean 30 isn't the worst. It's just like there's really no way to get shards until the first anniversary, unfortunately. But Teo should be on the first anniversary daily legend races. So I mean, if you do a month of that, I guess you can limit break. You can obtain her. You put a debuff for super quick in the legend race in one. Yeah, it's like pretty like low stats. I mean, sometimes my gold chip just explodes. But like I'd rather just front run her than end close it. I'm about to get a universal parent. I'm trying to get a turf spark. With like corner recovery, corner adept, like that type of stuff. What's the clairvoyance thing about? Because there's no like races today, and I not really in the mood to stream my parent runs, since I'm not anywhere too close to the ace runs. We're just gonna go through as many banner reviews as I can do feasibly in this streaming title. So we're just gonna like review every banner coming out. And because I've learned that on my that I can put a note on my like on the spreadsheet I learned that I can do the notes. So I'm just gonna do this on stream for as many as I can so you guys can like see what I consider a good card. But that's what I have planned for stream today. And then we're gonna talk a little bit about this next CM. Because I will eventually put out my own video on it. Like I have most of it done, at least a script for it. There's just like a couple of like I'm just gonna have to edit where to get the white stuff or the white skills from, and then I'll post the script on my Discord server once I put out the video. All right, let's 4-star our McQueen. Nice, nice. I've been using McQueen right now, trying to get a turf spark off of her for grandparents, which I will show in a second. So once again, from 3-star to 4-star, let's see what are our stat increases. 8 speed, 12 stam, 8 power, 11 guts, 11 wit. It's like averages out to about 40 to 50 stat increases, and then a 3% buff to her ultimate. So not really worth going for. Like, you can save your crystals instead of unlocking the Uma to 4-star them. I mean, I guess if you're pulling on a lot of Uma banners, you can, like, hope that you spook it. But eventually the pool gets so big that it's hard to get spooked by a specific Uma. So, like, I don't think I'm ever going to hit 280 more star pieces for McQueen. Especially since they don't generally rerun... they don't generally rerun the legend races, or even rerun banners, so it's really hard to spook a specific Uma. But it's pretty easy to like get a lot of random Umas, so like you can get a wider roster, but it's really hard to 5-star a specific one without like jamming an insane amount of goddess statues. So like let's say I want to goddess statue this to... Oh, I could have done it from that menu. But I want to goddess statue her to 5-star. It's 280. 280, like, it brings us to the 5-cost statues, which is, like, around, what is this? Like, somewhere between 800 and 1,000 statues. I don't really want to do the math for it. And, like, I've been playing since day one, and I haven't used almost any goddess statues, and I only have 375. The daily legend race, yes, it's just one piece when it comes out. You have a B turf front cover, or do you absolutely need a? I mean, it's just weaker because, like, there's a uphill early during the race, and like the difference between or B and A is a lot more than the difference between A and S. So if we pull up this aptitude, what do you mean it's not called aptitude? What did they call it? But like the difference, like because it's a 5% increase from A to S, but it's a 10% decrease from A to B. So it's like a pretty big decrease. And then like there is an uphill here. So it's not like the like I don't know. Absolutely is obviously a really hard word to say, but like this uphill, you will lose a lot of acceleration, and then like yes, it's only 33 meters, but I would still try to go for A. Like I don't think you need S, but I would try to go for A here. What kind of bars do you recommend for blockchain? Don't really want to do parents for it. Groundworks, yeah, just try to borrow Groundworks. But I don't think it's that important to get Groundworks on her as it is to get it like on an ace. But obviously, it would be better than not having it. They called it proficiency modifier apparently on the race mechanics talk. I haven't opened that in a minute. Bad streamer doesn't have every single document memorized. I love making that joke. Sometimes I forget like to translate the term. I was talking to somebody about the skill Fortune Favors the Fast. I keep forgetting that like it's not called that in the server because I don't run front runners, so I don't even know what it's translated to. But I think it's by keeping the lead. I think it's keeping the lead. But I was talking about that skill to somebody, and they were like, "What are you talking about?" Let me see. Fortune favors the fast. Yes, taking the lead. I was talking about this skill with somebody. I kept calling it Fortune favors the fast. When sure my Haru lose more times than not to a late surger that has Gold Excel and the tail held high combo. Not the tail held high combo, but like the whole point of Haru. I mean, like, yeah, I guess. You know, Haru is the worst Uma probably to bring to this CM, but I've never said it was meta. Like I don't know. What do you mean? Wouldn't my Haru lose more times than not to a late? It's gonna lose to like anybody who can build a Uma. I don't know. Like I don't know what that your comment sounds like. Is Victoria for La Planca good for any position? You have to be top 2. It feels really awkward to put it on anything but a front runner. But running 2 end closes make them mess with each other? No? I think you're more worried about being blocked by the late surger gamblers than... I mean, that's what, like, yeah, I mean... Wouldn't any Uma in general then lose more times than not to a late surger that has Gold Excel and Tail Health? The whole point of late surgers is they gamble. Like, on your, like, sure, yes. Like, they have on your left Furious Feet, but they have to win the wit check and it proccing at the correct time. So, like, consistency-wise, they're not that strong. I mean, like, you can even look at this CM, for example. Narita Taishin should be winning by 5 links if Encroaching Shadow worked, like how the simulator says it does. Like, Taishin should have no one behind her. Or, sorry, should have no one in front of her. But it's just like... Like, it's just all gambling. Like, late surgers are not that strong because they have to gamble. And it's a lot worse when you have, like, 300, 400 wit. I haven't really seen someone post a Taishin that has, like, more than 50% win rate. But I guess I'm not actively searching for it. Yeah, I think enclosures are going to be rough. I mean, Narita Taishin in the next CM does have, like, Nemesis procs earlier. So as long as she's able to enter 7th place during that corner before it, hopefully she can try to get around the late surgers. But, like, I think there's going to be I think the majority of people are running either late surgers or front runners the next CM, so blocking is going to be a really big problem. You can just use the white version, I think. I think you only realistically need one. I think you only need one of the gambling skills. I don't think you should try to stack both of them, especially if you have to run this winning ticket card, because it's really bad. Are there any late surges in the future that don't have to gamble as much? No, not really. Like, it's almost assuredly on your left Furious Feet. It's just they don't have, like, Mejiro Dober and Mejiro Orion are the only acceleration skills they have, and those two just aren't that strong. It's just, like, end closers are more of a stat stick than a late surger, just because of, like, the modifiers they get. So if you wanted to, like, not gamble and just, like, purely excel off of power, you would just run an end closer instead of a late surger. And the fact that Encroaching Shadow is a guaranteed activation during the late race. It's just like, late surgers were just put into the role of owning on your left, which is just gambling. Will Umas die in CM3 like they do in CM2 with 600? No, 600, 300 is honestly kind of overshooting it a little bit. But, like, I think it's really hard to, like, unless you're really greeding for stats, like I kind of am, I think it'd be really hard to not hit 600 stam, or, like, over 600 stam. But yeah, so I've been running on McQueen because I've been trying to get turf, or get inspiration to level up Mile to A, to make Mejiro McQueen a Miler. And then I have this vodka with Slick Surge Fighter that I'm trying to, like, remove. I'm trying to move these 4. And then I made this Symboli that has these skills, and then I have a gold ship with more skills. And I'm redoing all my parents because the current ones I have, like, I made that Haru with other parents I had, but it's really hard to get, like, the skills. And, like, I think if I want to try to make Haru win, I need as many white sparks as possible, so I can just, like, jam more skills into my Haru. So I'm redoing all my parents, but this Haru was made, like, with some other parents I had, like a turf and another turf. Oh, actually, this was a Baro. So I just need more skills on this Haru, essentially. So I'm redoing all my parents, and that's what I've been doing on this McQueen. This McQueen should be, like, my first grandparent. I just have to get the white sparks onto her. I think on your left Haru is better, or no stopping me Haru is better. I think they're just both bad. I think, like, I'm just gambling, you're trying to use straightaway spurt. I just thought it was easier to get the late surger, corners, and straightaways because they're both on Ice and Flash. So that's why I was running Haru instead. Is there an estimated date for CM3? Either the end of... Probably, like, the 2nd week of October is what I have it estimated for. Is 400 stam enough? 400 sounds really low for a 1600. Yeah, might be sooner. Yeah, I think it's like early 2nd week is what I have it estimated for. Well, let me see. Because it should be 2 weeks before Summer Marzensky. Not 2 weeks. It should be a week and a half before Summer Marzensky. Actually, yeah, it could be the 1st week of October. Let me see. Early October is the best way to say it. It started on the 23rd. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, Cancer Cup. It started on the 22nd. So it started a couple of days after Gold City. Kiseki is most likely the first day of October. Kiseki is the first day of October, and Gold City should come out less than a week before that. Yeah, it'd be a week-ish after Kiseki. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, it's about a week after Kiseki. So should be sometime between the end of the first week of October and sometime before the first week, or sorry, the second week. Like in between the end of the first week and the start of the second week. Alright, I think that's everything I wanted to do in-game. I don't think there's anything else to do, since it's not like we can watch my race. Yeah. I'll watch that tomorrow. Oh wait, I need to remove some friends. But the link for the sheet is in the description. And after I remove like, I don't know, 100 people here, we will go ahead and start reviewing the items there. Use the Clairvoyance to see if I win the CM tomorrow. Dude, I don't think I'm winning the CM tomorrow. Yesterday, like, definitely shot it. I can't, like, 3 back-to-back 1300 gold ships kinda made me scared. Who is running End Maru? What? It's just like it's all RNG. Like, I don't know. I thought like it's just so hard to consistently win. A 0.1 win rate? What? 85.1. How? Yeah. Could it be a rounding error because it's only 80 races? This guy's name just Goo Goo Babies? What? Gassing late and Maru as a crazy gambler. Sure. So you're going. So you're going straight away Spirit, and you're assuming that you can accelerate within like 50 meters of the final leg starting to 5th place to proc your ultimate. I mean, I guess if nobody ran front runners, you might be able to pass enough people. But I think it's really hard for an N Maru if there's like 4 front runners in the lobby. Maybe like I'm overestimating how many people are running front runners. But it seems like, oh shoot, that's not my friend's list. It seems really hard for her to enter 5th place while she's accelerating. What do you mean, do I use Agnes over vodka for my parent deck? I don't have either in my parent deck. Oh, digital. I mean, I don't own. Yeah, I use digital over it. Yeah, I mean, like, I I hate when people say Agnes because I don't know which one you're talking about, and I've been defaulting to Tachyon because that's what everyone's talking about. All right, that's good enough. Whatever. Yeah, I need to once I make this McQueen Turf late surger parents, I'll switch it out. Right now it's still my straightaway spurt gold chip, I think. Yeah, it's still my straightaway spurt gold chip. Alright. So let's pull up this. Actually, let me pull it up by doing that so we can... And I can put this on the other screen. Alright, so I've already reviewed, like, everything here. So, yeah, what we're doing today is I'm just going to insert a note and then explain my decisions on rating stuff. So we'll start off with Hishi Amazon. If you watched my September breakdown, I already said Hishi Amazon might literally be the worst end closer in the game. We can go ahead and look at her stats. Sorry if you already saw this. But let me go. Wait, hold up. I think I have. Yes, I have one that's already opened. I think she is the worst end closer printed. She has a 20% power, 10% guts. She wants to run... She only realistically can kind of run miles. Her medium and long game is pretty bad compared to like just everything else. This is gonna turn into a YouTube video. Yeah, but I'm gonna go over like these ones first, but everything afterwards, probably. So, you and me one-on-one, the issue with this skill is that it has to be during the final corner, and you have to be passing someone from the outside while you are 4th place or lower, so that in your final straight, your speed would increase. And it's just... This precondition is just somewhat hard to activate because you are an end closer, and you need so many skills to try to get this. And the other issue is that it's a 0.35 target speed increase. So it's just like a regular, like it's not, you have such harsh conditions for a effect that the majority of the other target speed increases have. You do have end closer straightaways and end closer corners, so that might help you try to pass someone in the final corner. But generally, like, you aren't really doing this. Because you don't have that many acceleration skills, so if the final corner is during the final leg, it's really hard to fulfill that condition. On like this CM, you might be able to pass someone here if you spam enough mid-race skills. But a lot of the times, the corner, like in medium races, will be during the final leg, so you have to be hitting accelerations to pass people. And it's all for like a very mediocre ultimate. Right now, Shaman Drog, I think, eventually gets... The skill eventually gets buffed, but right now, it's not that great. Because it's a target speed increase at a random time during the late race, but you still have to be, like, in the back. So, you essentially have to be, like, bottom 75% of the pack in order to get this target speed increase. Which usually, like, I mean, sure, if it activates and you have insane acceleration and you luckily lucked into it, yes, it's okay. But it's just like her kit, just everything about this kit is just not that strong, unfortunately. So let me go ahead and insert the notes here. So basically to... You know, short end it. Like while she's still, like while she has end closer straightaways and corners, her gold skills just aren't that great. And she doesn't have any recovery skills, so she's not that good since it's so much harder for her to get to work on. Like you either have to get a recovery skill from your deck on medium tracks, or you have to get multiple for longs. I don't know. It's just like one of the worst kits for an end closer. They never fixed her with Evos. No, not really. Her skill never got buffed, so it's still the same thing. Like, you still need to pass somebody. And, like, it makes it easier to... Like, sure, it makes it easier to activate your ultimate. It's just, there's so many other end closers that just have a better kit than her. And by the time this comes out, the wedding version's out, and that one's just a better version of Hishi Amazon. They're all just target speed increases. Like, none of them help you. None of them are acceleration. I think technically this is a medium acceleration. But it's a 0.1. Which is pretty weak. Yeah. So, like, I don't know, she's just never got buffed. Like, if you see an Amazon, most likely it'll be the wedding version. Because Daring Attack is a really good chaser skill. This one activates during the middle race, so it helps you reposition. It's just like all of her acceleration is... Or sorry, not acceleration. All of her velocity increases is during the final leg, which has less of an impact than mid-race ones. When do evolve skills come out? At the 2nd year anniversary. A lot of the skills that get buffed are around the... Some of the skills get buffed at the 1st year anniversary. And then some of them get reworked at the 2nd year anniversary with the evolve skills. Room. Inconsistent. No. Recovery skills are harder to work in me. Frax. I misspelled inconsistent. Is it an E? Is it not? Is it inconsistent? But it's like, I don't know. Also, it's just rough. Like, 20 power 10 guts is just not that good. Like, at least this one's a better stat spread. An extra large bite is also kind of hard to trigger. Usually, she's only good in miles. Like, this is only realistically a mile unique. But Daring Attack is better because it's a mid-race skill. And so, like, she has unrivaled wits, which is... it's still, you still have to gamble because it's the first half of the final leg, but this is an acceleration skill, which is unique to her, so it just makes her better here. I think this also gets an evolved version for the medium, which when it says increase current speed, that's just like an instant 0.25 acceleration or speed increase. So instead of increasing your top speed, it automatically is like spikes your current speed. So this is just a better version. Like, just in general, it has an acceleration skill, and by the time she comes out, you should be able to get enough recovery skills, like either from, I don't know, Grass Wonder or Sakura Laurel, I think has it, or your recovery decks. So this version is just better. I talked about Bamboo Memory as well. It's a power card, which isn't that strong, and it's a late surger card. It has late surger straightaways and Rising Dragons, but Rising Dragon is just not a gold skill that you want to gamble on late surgers. Most of the times when you're like thinking of the gambly late surger cards, you're thinking about gambling on acceleration. I guess it's not really a gambly skill, but essentially, because this increases your velocity when you're passing someone on the final corner, the final corner cannot be when you're accelerating, because it increases your target speed, or like your speed cap, and not your current speed. So there's just a a vastly low amount of tracks where this would work. So Rising Dragon just like isn't like there's just too little of tracks for a Rising Dragon to be good on. Obviously, like I think this next CM, I mean, because the final corner isn't during the mid race, you could run Rising Dragon or Outer Swell, but these skills aren't good if the final corner is like during the acceleration phase. I don't. Trying to think. I don't think. Maybe not doing the supporter. I might skip around the supporter banners, just to like the ones that are actually good, and then we can just go over all the Uma banners. I think going through the supporter banners is kind of boring. I'll put this one out later. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip besides like the quote unquote important supporter cards. I think I'll skip around and then I'll fill that on my own time. Is there a resource that explains which parts of the race current? I mean the main one I would like the only document I would talk about with race mechanics is this one. This one's pretty commonly accepted as like how the race mechanic works. Everything else, like mostly everything, takes the information from this document, which was obtained from both reverse engineering and, well, just mostly reverse engineering. But it wasn't through... Only the mechanics prior to the first anniversary, I would say, are more like solidified. I think they even say it here. Yeah, none of the information is guaranteed to be correct, but mostly everyone accepts this. I wouldn't really trust anything that isn't sourcing something in general, but most people source this document. And then after the first anniversary, so like when the Guts lead competition and like the position fighting comes out, those are a little bit more obscure. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna skip the support cards because a lot of them are just gonna be me saying, hey, this this card sucks. I think more people would care about if like an Uma is good. So El Condor Fantasy, I've also already done my review for. She's usually a late surger. You know, she has Outer Swell, she has Furious Feet, she has Rising Dragon. 1.5 million CC, so she should be a late surger. You're kind of gimping yourself if you don't run it as a late surger. And then her unique, like you have to be 7th to 4th. She gains acceleration when she tries to overtake someone on the final corner. So the final leg has to be during that final corner. And then there's the main way that you're trying to overtake someone is by using speed carryover. So if you proc a target speed increase prior to the final leg, you can start at a higher target speed than the other Umas. The main issue is that, I mean, like always, late surges are just very gambly. Fantasy Condor Pasa, because her ultimate is also another gamble, you can jam in, well, not another gamble, but if you proc on your left or Furious Feet and overtake someone to use Condor's Fury, you should instantly go to your max speed because that's so much acceleration. That's like 0.8 acceleration, and this acceleration lasts for so long. The only issue is, like most corner accelerations, like if the corner isn't during the final leg, it's just kind of useless. But she's 15 speed, 15 guts. I guess you can technically inherit this, but generally it's not seen. It's too gambly as an inherit. But you could... I guess you could gamble it on late surgers. since you just have to try to overtake. If there's a final corner, you see it as an acceleration for late surges. And maybe pace chasers if there's a lot, like the meta is front runners on that track. Is Silent Suzuka good to max limit break? Or is it replaceable with the... Any banner card generally isn't replaceable by a welfare card. They're considered welfare for a reason. So if you have a max limit break Suzuka, it's just going to be better than the welfare version or like the free version. But I don't think it's worth pulling on the Suzuka banner, or like I think there's just better cards to try to max limit break unless you already have like Kitasen Black max limit broken, and you have a whole bunch of carrots that you don't care about wasting, or not wasting, but using on the banner. I think Condor, yeah, El Condor Pasta should come out, well, is gonna come out before the third CM. The issue is, this is just another, like, gambling skill. It has such a small window that I can't imagine you would want to use this, but she does have Furious Feet, so you could also just think about her not having a ultimate and just run her as, like, as a vodka. But actually, you know what? I should put what I think. I think she is D tier. Insert note. El Condor. It's a fantasy. El Condor Pass is like probably like C tier. So I think my main issue with El Condor Pasa is just her ultimate. Like, her ultimate is just not guaranteed. It's just too gambly. Like, as a late surger, yes, you're already gambling on Furious Feet, on Miles, or on your left. But I don't think you want your ultimate to also be gambly. So I have a hard time saying that she's better than like a C tier. Is it possible for multiple late surges to trigger Let's Pump Some Iron? If all three of your late surgers are like on top of each other, and the one in the very back is in 6th place, and it overtakes the one in 5th and 4th, and turns your other one, or turns your 5th place, like overtakes your 5th place one, and that 5th place one becomes 6th place, then yes, it can trigger Let's Pump Some Iron. But as soon as you fail the wit check on that like sequence, it just breaks it. So, I mean, like, in a perfect world, yes. Like, if all three of your late surgers are together in 6th, 5th, and 4th, and they all three proc Let's Pump Some Iron, and the one in the back overtakes the other two, and then, like, it slingshots. The issue with, like, Redshift is that, like, I think Redshift is a, you know, a 3.84 second 0.2 acceleration. So you want it to activate about, like, prior to the uphill, essentially. Which is still only a 100 meter window that it can proc. Right? Because if you, sure, you can proc it on this final straight, but any time after the 1200 meter mark, you're not using Redshift. Like, you don't care that it procs because you're probably going to lose. So you just have, like, a 200 meter window for it to proc, and, like, I just don't think it's worth, like, I don't think it's worth putting Maruzensky into your legacy with her, like, pretty bad affinity with everyone, especially if you're making it her your main parent. Like, I think her affinity is just so bad with everyone that having her as your main parent for Redshift seems a lot worse than, like, going for anything else. Alright, so rumbling on mile tracks with various feet. Unique needs. Yeah, essentially just her unique needs. Ooh. On the final corner with, what is it? No, being 4th to 7th. And many tracks. This alt, or this unique, doesn't work on. And next up we have Grass Wonder Fantasy. I think Grass Wonder Fantasy is actually pretty good. 15% stam, 15% wit. Superior heal is a 7.5% stam recovery. When inherited, it's a 3.5%, so it's better than all the other inherited recovery skills. It's, you know, halfway between a white and a gold. Should be pretty easy to trigger, since like, as long as someone overtakes you while you're 4th or lower, like, you can't run this on front runners. As long as someone overtakes you on when you're 4th or lower, you get the heal. Her cooldown and relax both suck. They both do nothing, but they should get reworked by the 1st anniversary. So I wouldn't recommend pulling on her, but she's not that bad, especially after the 1st anniversary. And then I talked about this in my September breakdown, but late surgers, or is it late surgers? No. Any long character. Right, it's long. Oh no, it is late surgers. Okay, any late surgers on long tracks can eat a 2% stam debuff to get an acceleration increase during the last spurt. So for long tracks, Lose Yourself is one of like the accelerations you can have. Eventually goes on to Manhattan Wit and the power version, but this is pretty. This one is, I believe it was a year after, a little less than a year, 9 months after. This one also comes with cooldown, which is a lot better, so you can go for this one too. But this is that betweener long. Or, sorry, late surger long. That gives you that acceleration. So that's like one unique build that Grass Wonder can do. I think she's still like, you know, B tier. She has a really good inherit, because sometimes, you know, 3.5% is enough, and maybe you don't want to run another recovery skill in your potentials. If a 3.5% does the same thing as a 5.5% for recovery, you can just use this instead of running a different card. What are the odds of getting a 3-star White Spark if all your legacies combined have 8 stars already? It shouldn't increase the odds. I'm pretty sure it's a blanket 5%. Like every White Spark of the same skill you have, all it does is increase it by, what is it, 2.5%? I think it's still the same odds to 3-star it. I could double check. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it was the same odds. At least with the, what is this? The 100,000 data counts that this guy did. Looks like it was just a blanket 5%. So you can have a max of 25% to get the white skill if you had it in your lineages, but the 3-star chance is still the same. So you don't increase your odds to 3-star it. Oh wait, no, it did get, sorry. This does not matter now, but I think it was increased, you know, when you can start getting way higher scores. But this won't happen until maybe the third scenario. So do not, like, right now, there's almost no way to get above 5% for a 3-star chance on global, because you are not hitting UE. I don't even know if you can hit UE in the third scenario. I don't think the power creep is that fast. Good healer. I will fix this later. Alright, Kiseki, actually, I don't think I've talked about Kiseki yet. But she's Ogre Cap in a different font. Like, she has a Mile Skill instead of Corner Connoisseur, and then she has Race Planner instead of Gourmand. The only thing is that, like, she can't really run... She can run short instead of long, and she can't really run dirt, or at least without, like, you know, a lot of support. And then her ultimate, you know, during the late race, if you were in front with somebody behind you, then in the last 300, you get a 4.5 target speed increase. So, you know, instead of the last 200 from 2nd to 5th, it's as long as you were top 4 and you had a Uma behind you in the last 300, or at the 300 meter mark, you get that exact same target speed increase. So this is just quite literally Ogre Cap, except like maybe you can put this on a front runner instead, because it has the same inherit ult value, 3-second base duration with 0.25 target speed increase. So, you know, as good as Ogre is, so she's like A tier, I would say. Maybe B tier. Good parent. So she's Ogre Cap original in a diff font. That's how I would describe her. Because, I mean, sure, you could use the, you know, Big Sisterly. Like, it has a little bit more use than Corner Connoisseur, but it's still, like, a skill that only works on Miles. It has, like, the same, not uselessness as Corner Connoisseur, but just, like, non-necessary. The only thing is that she has 20% power, 10% wit instead of the speed power. So that's a little bit weaker. But she's not bad. Alright. What's next? Who do we have next? Is it Gold City? Gold City is kind of weird. Where is she? She's a gambler. She owns On Your Left, so, which I think currently, only Grass Wonder has? I would put her, like, B tier. She also, her ultimate, Keep It Real. Sorry, give me a second. Okay. Yeah, so, let me restart this. So Gold City has a 10% power, 20% gut, which is pretty bad stat bonus-wise. She runs Mile, Medium, Long, and she can be made to run Dirt. She's usually a late surger. You don't really put her on pace. Keep It Real. The description here says that in the second half of the race, if you're about to overtake someone in the middle of the pack, your speed will increase. So from 7th to 4th, after the 50% distance rate, and you overtake someone, you get Anchors Away. We'll call it any skill that's like mid-race like this, I'm just gonna call Anchors Away. And you saw like how good Anchors Away was in CM2. Which is just really good for repositioning. And you want to reposition so you can not have anyone in front of you when you gamble on your left. Keen Eye also gets buffed later on. Right now, it's not that good, but it does get buffed to give a speed decrease, which I believe I don't remember when this happens. It might be at the first year anniversary. But this one eventually gets rebuffed where you decrease the current speed of everyone in front of you, which makes it easier to overtake people. She's around B tier. Most of the times when people think about Keen Eye, they run Grass Wonder and use Gold City in their decks rather than run Gold City herself. Keep it real, because it can activate, it doesn't have like an end distance condition. It's similar to Resplendent Red Ace, where you want to activate this closer to the final leg in order to use that target speed increase as a speed carryover. But she is a gambler. Unfortunately, her stat bonus is in Guts, and she's just in a weird spot where she just where you have to hope that her ultimate doesn't activate at the 50% mark. You want to get this ultimate to activate like as close to the, not as close to the final leg, but essentially like you want your ultimate to end a couple of meters into the final leg, so you don't decelerate afterwards. So if we look at Gold Ship here, if you like Gold Ship and see where it anchors away, let me port this over. You see how like you decelerate after the end of Anchors Away? If you have this at the inside the final leg, you don't decelerate here. So you start off at a higher target speed, so you kind of double dip into the strength of your ultimate. So you're just gambling that she will overtake somebody closer to the start of the final leg than at the 50% mark. I would say like she's like B tier. I mean, it's nice that she has On Your Left, but I think Grass Wonder is just better. Like if you want a On Your Left inside your potentials, you should just be running Grass Wonder instead. Also, Keen Eye only works on Miles, so she doesn't have a recovery skill in her potentials because you don't really need a gold recovery skill on Miles. I think she has a hidden event. Let me see. It might not be in this game. Or in Game Tora. Alright, never mind. Maybe I'm misremembering it. But yeah, it's just like Keen Eye, like, yes, when it gets buffed, it's a debuff. But it's weird running a, I guess it's like a Dominator. But I think you'd just rather run Grass Wonder instead. This is actually called, I remember it, well, not remember it. I sometimes call it Switch Up Pro, because that's what it was translated to. So you might hear me call it Switch Up Pro as well. I've been trying to say On Your Left. Yeah, I think so. She had something also, I think, when you did the Tenno show. But I can't remember. It's been too long. I don't know. I don't really see that many gold cities. So I will put her B tier. And then just owns On Your Left. I'm gonna gamble that her unique triggers closer to the final leg. Alright, next up we have... Okay, well, Summer Marzinski is very strong, but I know there was a lot of people asking me about Special Week Summer. I think... she's usually a late surger. She just has a, like... I don't know what to call it. Like, she has a decent kit. 10... She runs mediums and longs. She made to run miles. 10 stam, 10 power isn't that bad. Isn't that bad for mediums and longs. 10% guts always sucks. It's just... I mean, her ultimate also isn't that bad. You usually don't run her as Pace Chaser. Because she has Fast and Furious. But she has her ultimate, which is a recovery skill. So after activating 2 skills during the mid-race, you and you're between 7th and 2nd, you get a gold recovery skill and a target speed increase. So she's pretty good in mediums and longs because you're guaranteed to activate this. You're guaranteed to activate this. So like you're not gambling, especially on medium tracks where you only need one recovery skill. You're just not gambling on proccing it or not. Yeah, but she has Fast and Furious, which, I mean, it's alright, you know. You just increase your velocity mid-race. It's a mid-race skill. This is like the main reason why you don't really want to run her Pace Chaser, because it's pretty good. It's On is, the upgraded version of Ramp Up. Also another good skill. Tail Held High is just the... Tail Held High, another good skill. At the 1 year anniversary, you'll be able to buy hint books to make your hints. You can make your potential skills level 3 discounted. So it makes buying potential skills a lot cheaper. So having these two at a level 3 discount is pretty nice. And Tail Held High. She just has a very, I don't know, boring kit, which is why nobody talks about it. Like, it's okay. Like, if you like Special Week and, you're running late surgers, she's alright. Her ultimate actually is pretty good, if I recall correctly, because they evolve into 4-second durations, so they're twice as strong. So this one evolves... What was this called? Fast and Furious to be 4 seconds long, and then the other one evolves It's On to a 4-second duration, so it doubles the duration of her mid-race skills, or I guess over doubles because it goes from 1.8 to 4 seconds, which makes it very good as to get unblocked essentially at the 2nd year anniversary. Like, these two are really good evolve skills. It's just, I don't know, she just has a very boring kit, and she's strong as a late stager. I would put her low A tier. She's just a strong late surger. Insert note. But that's the main reason why nobody really talks about her. There's nothing unique about her kit. She just has good... A boring but good late surger. Surger. Nothing unique about her kit, but strong. Both evolutions at the 2nd rework are good. Yeah. There's you're not gambling on anything, you're just kind of just running a inherently strong Uma, or an inherently strong late surger. And then obviously, if you're trying to run late surge or summer special week, you should look to getting Nice Nature Wit to get on your left, or borrow the Nice Nature Wit to get on your left. You do gamble on the mid-race skills. Activating for her unique? I mean, I guess, but she has you should be doing, because you have Tail Held High. This is a mid-race skill. This is a mid-race skill. Ramp Up, Position, Pilfer. I mean, you just have to activate 2 mid-race skills. And generally, all of the late surger straightaway in corners and the distance straightaway in corners sometimes mostly activate during the mid-race. So you're not really gambling. You should be activating 2 skills for her ultimate. What do I recommend for on your left if you're running Nice Nature? Unfortunately, there's not many things you can get it from. Switch up Pro, right? If we look in the future and see what gives it, your only other option is Sakura Laurel, who comes out. Let me check. With Mihono Bourbon Wit, which is a year and 4 months from a year and 4 months from now. Like, I think that's just too far in the future. I think you just essentially are running a nice nature without on your left, because nothing else gives it. Yeah, like I do feel bad, like, you know, talking about nice nature, because it's just like, yeah, because you can't run the card with the character, it's pretty hard to run it. Any good substitutes? I think just like, unfortunately, Nice Nature gets put into like a debuffer role, because even the Nice Nature cheerleader one, she's a what do you call it? A speed debuffer. So if you look at Nice Nature cheerleader, she has domination, or dominator, not domination. She has dominator, so she just turns into a dominator. It can evolve out of it, but Nice Nature just got put into a debuffer role. And it's like, you really don't want to run the winning ticket card on an ace. Like, that just feels really bad. So it's just really hard to run, I think, Nice Nature as an ace. I don't really have any advice. You just kind of have to figure it out, unfortunately. Like, I mean, she just got shoved into a debuffer role, and I mean, her New Year's version isn't a debuffer, but this one releases in, well, it released in 2024, which was, I don't know how far away that is. 1.5 years, 2 years from now. And it's just that, like, her skill set here, like, she finally gets on your left, so you don't have to be running that anymore. So, like, if you wanted to run a ace Nice Nature, it would be this version, because it has on your left, and you don't have to run Winning Ticket or Sakura Laurel. But her ultimate, if I remember, was kind of awkward. Because I think her ultimate increases her target speed, but generally it's only decent in medium tracks. In miles and longs, usually you are just losing if it activates. So it's just rough. Yeah, you can only run one version of one version of Enuma. What's the best method? Do I know what the best method would be to get as many races won by distance in career for the carrot bonus reward? There's not really like a best method, but I mean, it would just be getting as much speed as you can, I'd assume. Yeah, unfortunately, Nice Nature is just in a weird spot. Okay. We do have to talk about Summer Marzensky, which a lot of people will probably... Actually, a lot of people probably won't own, right? Because they all pulled for Seiyun Sky. Marzensky's S tier. She just kills Seiyun Sky. Like, actually just straight up bullies Seiyun Sky out of her position. What Summer Marzensky is essentially doing is stealing Seiyun Sky's ultimate and then bullying her to the ground. Because a Kiss of Courage, or whatever this is, I am not saying that. A Kiss of Courage is really bad when inherited. You know, this is a 3-second, this is a 0.45 meters at base duration, whereas if she activates it, it's... I'm trying to do the math in my head. 0.45 meters versus... What is that, 2 meters? So it's like 4 times as effective on Summer Marozensky. And it's just her skill activates anytime after 50%. It's anchors away. It's back again. It's anchors away. When you heal, and you're in the front, you increase target speed. She can get this from 777s on shorter tracks. She can get it off of 777s. She has Restless for uphills. And then, you know, you can get Gourmand. You can get Swinging Maestro if there's a corner in the mid-race. Essentially, Summer Marozensky just will have an easier time being first place. And if you have a Saiyan Sky with Summer Marozensky's unique and every mid-race skill and a Summer Maru with the Inkling and Scheming inherit, and they have like equal stats, equal mid-race skills, almost assuredly Summer Marozensky will win. Just because, you know, it's 4 times stronger on her, a Kiss of Courage, or sorry, Kiss for Courage, is just 4 times stronger than the inherited version. Oh, sorry, not Gourmand. Was it Restless? Oh, it is Restless. No. Moxie. Is that Moxie? Yes. Sorry, I meant to say I meant to say Moxie, not Gourmand. Sorry, I was running a Pace Chaser Marozensky. But she also has corner recovery, so on like the mile tracks, you don't even need to get Swinging Maestro. You can just run for corner recovery. She has corner recovery, 777's Moxie, is what I meant to say. Her Mile Maven and the other Mile stuff don't really matter. Mile Maven like works. But I don't know. Like, imagine Seiun Sky is Narita Taishin on CM2 and Summer Marozensky is Gold Ship on CM2. Like, if you ever watched the races of that, Taishin will almost assuredly be behind Gold Ship. Sure, Taishin has Encroaching Shadow and, you know, has a stronger potential. But in this, like in the Saiyan Sky versus Summer Marozensky, because Summer Marozensky procced Anchors Away, Saiyan Sky lost Encroaching Shadow. So this is why, like, I think like CM3 will probably be the only time you will see like meta sweat players actually run a Saiyan Sky, because a lot of people aren't building Smart Falcon. But Summer Marozensky's ultimate just bullies out Saiyan Sky from essentially almost every CM just because of a mid-race skill. I mean, obviously you can still run Saiyan Sky because it's matchmaking at the end of the day. You know, this is a 3-star Uma that people have to pull on. I saw a lot of Summer Marozensky's, and eventually we'll get to Chocoban. I saw a lot of those too, so I don't know how likely it is to not run into these front runners. I'll expand these out once, but she essentially just has Anchors Away for front runners. But it's a bad inherit. Dodo. I mean, there's not like much to say on Summer Marozensky. I think she's just like, that's essentially it. She does get power crept obviously for Valentine's Behind Bourbon, so I wouldn't really tell people to pull on it. I have it like lightly highlighted because I mean this is a strong late surger, a very like the second, like a top 5 front runners. She is the best front runner up until Chocoban, which is, you know, almost an entire like 3 months. But if I were to say, you know, Valentine's Behind Bourbon or Marozensky, you should probably just get Valentine's Behind Bourbon. Yeah. Next up, we do have Meisho Dodo. Yeah, and she's like good on CM4 and CM5, so like you can realistically try to win with Summer Marozensky in 2 CMs. Telling people to wait for 3 months is kind of... Well, the main issue is that if you pulled for Saiyan Sky, you're not going to make 30,000 carats for Summer Marzensky. Like, I'd rather somebody pull on Seiyun Sky instead of Summer Marzensky. Like, I don't know how you would have the carats for this. If you're swiping, then yes, pull. Like, if you're swiping $200, pull on Summer Marzensky because she is S tier. But I don't know what this whole, like, telling people to wait 3 months is kind of not great. It's more so, I think most people don't have the... Like, if you're swiping to Spark, or you got really lucky on Saiyan Sky, then yes, pull on it, which is why I have it highlighted, right? Like, I'm not telling people skip Summer Marzensky. I'm saying if you have the currency, pull on it. Your impression, you pull one and borrow the other. I mean, yeah, you can borrow. Saiyan Sky is the parent, Marzensky is the ace. So if you really wanted to run Summer Maru, and like because you're gonna be limited to onto the 3 borrows. But if you like didn't want to put that much effort into doing your legacies, then you would skip Saiyan Sky and permanently borrow her. It's just hard. Like, I mean, I just don't know every single person's account, so I don't know if they can pull for Summer Marzensky or not. Like, yeah, Saiyan Sky, her ultimate is used on essentially, I mean, until it gets power crept, you know, because I don't know anything after this, but Saiyan Sky can be used for like all of this. Every CM that Saiyan Sky's ultimate works on, which is the miles and the mediums, like, she's good. Summer Marzensky gets the spotlight for 3 months. I think there's just a good enough gap in between. How strong is Unique Level 2 compared to Unique Level 3? It's a 3% difference. If it's a heal ultimate, it's a 2% difference. Alright, Mesho Dodo, I believe, is a pace chaser. Yes. She's a pace chaser. I think she gets acceleration when she's passing somebody in the final leg or beyond. So it kind of, I mean, it's Resplendent Red Ace. Like, it's Die with Scarlet. She's gambling. You just gamble as a pace chaser on her. Pace chasers kind of have a hard time getting acceleration to pass people. But because it's any time during the late race or beyond, it has a easier condition than Die with Scarlet, since Die with Scarlet can activate at the 50% mark. She's generally a medium long. You could probably get her to work on the other 2 distances, but it's a lot more effort. But she's a pace chaser. She's Die with Scarlet, but a easier, or a more, not restrictive conditions, but a better chance to activate her ultimates. But it's still gambly, since it's, you know, you have to overtake someone as soon as possible in order to get the full effect of that acceleration. But I would put her like high, you know, between B and A tier. Speedstar is not the greatest. Like, the final corner once again has to be before the final. It can't be during the final leg, or like during when you accelerate, which is a lot of the tracks. The final corners when you're accelerating. So it's not the greatest. I forgot she had Indomitable. I don't even know if, but Indomitable is okay. Like, if someone overtakes you during the mid race, you will recover. But she's just a pace chaser. Resplendent Red Ace, but a little bit later. What CM is it time for pace chasers to shine? They're just like mediocre in almost every single CM. So I think it's just like usually it's like the meta is front runners and the non-front runners all globbed together, and then Christmas Ogre in like her own bubble, and that's like the meta of the game. Since frontrunners are just that much of a bubble. Pace chasers saw the light of day in CM1. Yeah, I mean, they're just like, they'll always work. Like, you'll always try to win with them, but they're just more consistent than the other 2. Than like other ones. I think the main issue is that we've been doing a lot of, like, we did a medium and a long track, and, you know, it's just really hard when they consume the most HP. I mean, like, I have like a 15% win rate on Daiwa Scarlet. Like, they're like okay. Like, there's never going to be that potential, man. They're all very consistent. None of them are that gambly. Well, I mean, Metro Dota's gonna come out and she'll be gambly, since this is the rocket. Hey, I'll put her high B tier, low A tier. Indomitable works. Speedstar's not that good. I don't know why she has Subdue Pace Chasers. But she's alright. Her ultimate, terrible inherit, so you have to run her as an ace. 20% stam makes her do like mediums a little bit better. Longs are still kind of hard. And then 10% guts. Alright, so I said... I'll give her... Nah, actually, no, I'm gonna give her high B tier. Gambling ult... Or, sorry, gambling unique, comma, has to pass someone as soon as the final leg starts. Not consistent, but strong. Oh, sorry, Pace Chaser. I should probably write what positions they play. She has Subdue and Speed Strike as Opera? Ah, yeah, probably. It's just weird. Pace Chasers are... No, Pace Chasers are not potential, man. Pace Chasers are very consistent, I would say. I'd say they're the most, like... Well, I would say they're the least gambly. It's Dodo that's potential, man. As a Pace Chaser, Dodo's potential, man. But Pace Chasers are just generally very consistent. On most CMs, I don't know... Besides the abomination that Christmas Ogre is, Pace Chasers are generally, like, never #1 meta. Like, you won't really see them talking about like that. Alright, Aishin Flash, I think, it was not good. She is a late surger. Let me double check. She is a late surger, yes. The issue with her is her potential skills. Like, go with the, like, navigation late race isn't that good. It gets better when it gets buffed to give you target speed. In body and mind is also really awkward. I think they get buffed later on, right? Sorry, heart and soul in body and mind. Like, this gets buffed, so it's the first half of your last spurt. And the base duration goes up by 0.6 seconds. So this gets better. The issue with Aishin Flash, if you saw, is that this skill comes out during the 4th scenario, and this skill comes out during the 5th scenario. So she doesn't really get, like, you just lose the ability to get that skill from those 2 scenarios. They're also just not good skills. Like, I don't know, a go with the flow is just not that generally that good. Sure, it might help you get unblocked when it gets buffed to give you that little speed boost. I don't know why you would need focused on a late surger. And then home stretch haste. I'm a home stretch haste believer, but I don't know, it just sucks when it's in their potentials. She runs mediums and longs and doesn't have a single recovery skill. And she's a late surger. Late surgers also just generally don't have that much recovery to begin with. You get what? Swinging Maestro, cooldown. So it's just kind of hard to build her, unfortunately. Her ultimate is... If you haven't rushed, which even at max wit is like a 10% chance. It's like 10% to 25%. If you haven't been rushed and you're 3rd place or lower, your speed would increase, and then you'd get bonus speed if you were between 4th and 7th the entire race. So you get like the Ogre cap, Symboli Rudolph target speed increase if you were stuck between 7th and 4th the whole time. And this will happen during the final straight. Just like as a late surger, she's just mediocre. And like you don't really want go with the flow. And Body and Mind's okay, but not like in your potentials, especially if you get it during certain scenarios. But she is cute. Yeah. Not the worst late surger released. It's just 10 power, 20 wit. Just not a very strong late surger. Gamble on your left. That's like all you can really do. Unfortunate. So I put her C tier. It's just a C tier late surger. No recoveries for being a... I mean, maybe like... Actually, wait. I guess we haven't looked at her skill evolutions. Because I just never see Flash. What are her skill... blah, 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 blah. Heart and Soul. Wait, what buff is this? A 0.1 buff? Yeah, she's still C tier. Unfortunate. No recoveries for being a medium / long Uma or runner. Bad kit. Come on. Bad kit with a mediocre. Unfortunate. Yeah, they just, like, I don't know, like, they released her and then also just gave her skills out in the 4th and 5th scenario. Like, no recoveries, a mediocre ultimate. It's just rough. Does Wedding Mile get better in CM3? He's been trying to get her in CM2, but she gets gapped by the 20% power and anchors away. Wedding Top Gun? I don't know when she is good. Because it has to be during the final corner, right? Wedding Top Gun's just not really that good, unfortunately. You're better off, if you want her to use her ultimate, you have to run her as a pace chaser or a front runner. Because if you run her as a late surger or an end closer in the 3rd CM, you're gonna get acceleration here. Because I mean, I guess you could try to gamble for the acceleration as an end closer and hope that you enter 7th place. But it has to be during the final corner, so it's a 33-meter window. So you want to use this as like a mid-race skill as a pace chaser. Actually, I think you can only run Wedding Mayo as a front runner because I think there's gonna be too many front runners. So yeah, you would just run her as a front runner and use this as like a anchors away. Yeah, she is just a mystifying murmur merchant. So you will see on medium tracks, you will run her as a like a debuffer sub ace. So you would just build her as a normal ace, but use like 300 skill points. I don't think it's 300 skill points. Somewhere about 300 skill points on Mystifying Murmur as well. She's just like in an awkward spot where one of her potentials is a debuff skill. Alright, who am I on now? Full armor Machikane Fukuhitaru. I don't remember her. What does she do? I think she's a late surger, right? Yeah, another late surger. Wow, they've been printing late surgers. Late surger. Pace late. Crazy. Alright, let me go back to the global version, because I don't remember if she got buffed or not. Is this not just anchors away? During the second half of the race, if you're not in the front and someone is trying to overtake you, your speed will increase. So another anchors away. I mean, it's anchors away, but on a late surger. Huh. But if you're pressured by someone behind, so if a gold ship procs anchors away, you would then proc Bountiful Harvest because that gold ship is trying to overtake you. Yeah, it's like anchors run away. So I would say, I mean, the issue is that end closers just aren't that meta going forward. So it might be because like miles and mediums are ravaged by front runners. Long tracks, you'll see more end closers. So once we get to another long track, like during... Actually, I don't know. When is the next long track? During the second scenario? I don't know. This is a weird... Like, I think if Gold Ship is meta, this would be the late surger to try to stop Gold Ship. Because you anchors away. When a Gold Ship procs anchors away, you would try to run away. Oh, yeah, okay. Another target speed increase when passing somebody, so usually after you use your ultimate, you can get overwhelming pressure to work. Innate experience isn't that good, unfortunately. Really awkward conditions on the final corner. And, well, you want her as a late... You want her on long, because most of the times, like, that's when end closers are strong. Like, this is a anti-end closer unique, which is a terrible inherit. So, like, it's an anti-end closer late surger, but end closers aren't that meta, except for longs. And if you're running Fukuki Taru on a long, you don't have a recovery skill, so it's a lot harder to build that. So I guess the one, like, you might see Fukuki Taru full armor during the... Okay, it's the Libra Cup. During the Libra Cup, in the second scenario, because you can run Rice Shower and get Swinging Maestro and Cooldown to try to counteract the end closers in that CM. But I think her ultimate is just too awkward when the issue isn't end closers and the issue is going to be front runners. It's not that bad though. I think you can still make it work. Like, you could also just run a end closer to try to get her to activate her ultimate. So I won't put her that low. So I think it's a B tier late surger. How do I spell? Why does it keep saying that late surger? That's how you spell late surger, right? Wait. Right? It's ER? Or is it... Okay. Anti end closer unique. More suited for long tracks, but doesn't have recovery skills. This surger is just not a word at all. Yeah, that would make sense. Recovery skills in her. Yeah, so I think it's just like, it's just awkward to build because it's usually only long tracks. I mean, obviously we had the issue with Gold Ship on the first medium one, but that was because Saiyan Sky wasn't out. Because, like, mild medium, you will almost always see front runners. Front runners have a hard time building for long. And short is just... Or sprints. Not only are sprints super RNG fests, they are very rarely ran. Which is why, like, people say, hey, grab Saiyan Sky, because the majority of our champions meet will be mediums and miles with a couple of longs sprinkled in. And, like, maybe once or twice a year, you'll see a short or a dirt. I don't even know when the first sprint comes up. But that's the review of Fukuki Taru, a B tier late surger. Anti-anchors away, I guess. Not bad. Not a bad Uma. I don't think I've ever seen her be discussed for meta, but it didn't seem that bad. First sprint is the March of next year. That's crazy. During the third scenario? Alright, who do we have? Akebono. I think she was a pace chaser. Yup. I remember these. Smart Falcon is probably the strongest frontrunner for CM3 if you can get it to work. It's just really hard to build. Akebono is so tall. She is the biggest Uma in the game. Like, you guys seen the Top Gun event, right? Akebono is like 3 heads towering over Mayano Top Gun. I think it's crazy. Isn't 180 centimeters 5'11"? Yeah, she's 5 inches taller than me. What is 5'6" in centimeters? 5'6" in cm. I'm 167 centimeters, so she towers 13 centimeters over me. That's crazy. She's a short pace chaser. My height reveal. Yeah, I'm a towering 5'6". But yeah, she is 5'11" or 180 centimeters. How was my CM? It was good. I got 90%. I don't remember. It's like 90% win rate. But tomorrow's the final race. We're just going over all of the Umas right now. Alright, so yeah, I mean, she's just a sprinter. Pace chaser sprinter. I think her unique, you can just kind of ignore. These conditions are very, very funny. But it's essentially saying that halfway through the race, if you overtake somebody, you'll get either an instant speed boost in shorts or just a mini anchors away, an anchors away, whatever. It's either anchors away or an instant anchors away as a pace chaser when you're 5th to 2nd place in overtaking someone in front of you. But yeah, she is just a sprinter. That's essentially it. I mean, she has Gourmand. She has Gourmand for being a sprinter, which makes kind of no sense. Because it's really hard to get her to run mediums and longs, so I don't know why she needs a recovery skill. I think... Does it ever get changed? I remember there was like a goofy build with her. Where you like stacked... you stacked HP. I don't remember it. Oh, it's this one. Wait, no, it's not this. I don't know. She's just she's, I think, she's just shoved into sprinter. So I think she's just a very, she is specifically a pace chasing sprinter because the current speed increase is actually really good when the track is that short. The instant speed increase rather than a couple of seconds that you need to take to accelerate to it, like the half second, gives you more time to overtake people. And it's like the anchors away outside of short races are okay. It's just that, I mean, are you really gonna raise her medium and long from, if you're raising long from G, you need to hit 2 long inspirations. If you're raising medium from F, you need to hit 1 inspiration to get to A, and it's just not that good. You'd have to hit 3 long inspirations to get this to S, which is when you want it. Yeah, and then obviously you can't run her as a front runner because her ultimate you cannot be 1st place, which at that point you would want Satan Sky's ultimate as a front runner. So she's just shoved into the corner of pace short or pace sprint. I'll put her at, I mean, she's A tier only for sprints, which is once a year. She's a pace chaser. She's a strong, Mid. Mid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember the weird stand build, but I don't remember why it worked. Strong mid race. And like I also don't it also was not meta. It was just like a weird build you could do with her on sprints. On the one sprint in the first year. Strong mid race, unique, comma. Only really good on sprints. It's like also not that hard to activate for this. But yeah, just in a, I guess A tier for sprints, like C tier everywhere else. Very funny character. Digital I remember being really good. Not really good, but actually no. I remember her being really good on certain tracks. She has a really weird stat spread. 8%, 8%, 7%, 7%. She has A in both surfaces, both turf and dirt. It's just like really hard to make her run sprints and longs, but I mean you can do it because you don't have to raise. I mean you can go for it, but she's just a mile medium. If you overtake others, at least twice at the end of the race, your speed will increase. So this is really easy ultimate to trigger. Like, you should be overtaking 2 people throughout the race. I think it'd be really hard to not try to overtake people. I mean, I guess technically you can use this lane movement as well. Like, this is just a regular ultimate that will almost assuredly activate unless your Uma is dying. And then like it just has the lane movement speed attached to it. And then when it says at the it's just good. I think her unique, I don't know, it's just good, because it has the lane movement in it and you can just use it. You don't need to use it, right? Because it has a regular target speed increase. She does have the upgraded version of Uma Stand, which is kind of awkward. Uma Stand gets buffed later on, where at the start of the race, if you get like a whole bunch of people nearby you, then you can get the speed increase, which is a lot easier to trigger because that's usually when they're grouped. Or actually, wait, was that not buffed? Is it just specifically that? I don't remember if this was okay, it says it's translated like this, but I don't remember the 5 seconds being on Uma Mania. Because this eventually gets changed. Uma Stand eventually gets changed to this. So I don't know if on release, Uma Mania works like this. Because I remember it got buffed. But like when it gets reworked, it's a lot better. And then she has a increased acceleration for dirt tracks during the late race. Anytime, or just like randomly during the late race. Which is good for, it's a gambling skill on dirt. It's a mile track. You should be gambling. She's a good parent as well, because it's a increased lane movement speed. She's just a good all-arounder. I would put her... Where's the spreadsheet located? It should be in the description of this channel. Or sorry, in the description of the stream right now. So I would put her A tier. A tier, she's a pace chaser / late surger. You can like, she just has a lot of flexibility. A lot of flexibility. Can run miles and medium plus dirt. Yeah, usually you want the unique like on a corner. Or unique is extremely good when the spurt is before the final corner, as it gives lane movement and then has a gambling dirt gold skill. If you main frontrunners, it's okay to skip Ogre Christmas, which is a must-have. Well, Ogre Christmas is a pace chaser late surger, so unless you want to do 2 legacies, like the most sweaty thing to do is frontrunners plus Ogre Christmas, but that requires like a lot of game time because you need to do 2 sets of legacies. Like you will see, like almost every track that frontrunners are good on, you'll see Summer Maru, Valentine's Behind Burden, Christmas Ogre. It's just how much time can you actually invest into the game. Yeah, Itis Digital is really good late surger, really good pace chaser, so much flexibility. I don't remember her evolves. Let's see. Uma Mania Max, you get a recovery. The front is non-negotiable. You just gain more 1 second more acceleration. And then you can... Oh, you can turn it into a medium. You can turn it into a medium skill instead. Interesting. Yeah, just a all-around, like, flexible good. Kind of like, you know, how Ogre can kind of just be shoved everywhere. She can kind of be shoved everywhere. Well, I did not know that was what her ultimate said. Cute last spurt. According to the Japanese reference docs, getting 1,000 stam on Akebono delays her unique to later in the race. Really? I remember that build being, like, on forums. Why would that work like that? Did it get changed? Yeah, I don't know why it would work like that. Alright, Itis Digital, pretty good. Alright, we got Super Creek. Super Creek's really awkward because her ultimate is like really good on sprints, but she can't run sprints. So her ultimate, when you are in the front after a final corner, so the final straight, essentially, or the straight after the final corner, and you're about to overtake somebody, you get increased target speed and increased acceleration. Basically, anywhere where this skill is extremely good in, it's going to be a sprint or a mile. And Super Creek just can't run sprints and miles. So you can... And like, you need to be top 4. So this is a runner, or sorry, a front. This is a front or a pace chaser skill. Inherited, it's not that great. It's the same inherent as El Condor Pasa. So anytime you see like El Condor Pasa, you can also think about Halloween Super Creek. But yeah, she's just really awkward because herself, her ultimate's really good on sprints and miles, but she cannot run them. But anytime you see Pasa's ults be recommended, usually Super Creek Halloween's also recommended. Except this one's top 4 instead of top 2. She has Professor of Curvature and one of the other users of Mystifying Murmur, which I believe is going to be our 3rd user of Mystifying Murmur, which is kind of insane that they printed 3 so quickly. That's like all within a couple of months. Wait, that's actually insane. When does Super Creek come out? The November 11th? In the first... Or sorry, it came out in September 29th. So in the first 7 months of the game, they printed 3 Mystifying Murmur users? It's so funny because they're the only ones that own Mystifying Murmur. Like, they stopped printing it afterwards, but that's crazy. 7 months, and they printed 3 Mystifying Murmurs. But yeah, so she's generally a parent unless you really want to raise one of her aptitudes to use her ultimate. Because it's a really strong ultimate, it's just she herself can't really run it. So, insert note. Super Creek. Halloween. Where am I gonna put her? I mean, she's like D tier. And then like a B tier parent. So yeah, her unique works well on sprints and miles, comma, but she herself cannot run them. Yeah, it's just really awkward because, I mean, it's probably even better than a B tier parent since there's not that many ults. Especially on sprints, there's not that many ults that increase acceleration, so you can kind of beg for a 0.1. It's just, yeah, I mean, she's just not good to ace herself. Like, at least Condor Pasa, you can try to get her to work by forcing her into front runner, but like, she just can't run shorts and miles. Alright, I think we now have Rice Shower, which I think also owns a debuff skill. She owns the Trick Front buffed version. Which isn't good, because they have to be rushed. So this is essentially kind of useless. Because it only targets rushing enemies behind you. So you don't, I don't know, Trick Front is just not a good skill to begin with. But she does have a debuff, I guess. Yeah, who asked for a gold? Well, I mean, it's the Halloween costume, like, you know, it's thematic, just entirely useless. I'm on the global server. She is a pace chaser, if I recall. Yes, she is a pace chaser, and she's a pace chaser, but I'm pretty sure you can make her run as front runner because she has a B. How effective is the stam drain increase from that trick? It's 3%. It's another 3%, but it only hits people that are rushing. So, I mean, sure, I guess if you hate that one person who got rushed, you can build it. It's just not that good. I think a lot of people use her as a sacrificial front because, you know, maybe you need her to die, and then you can like throw debuffs on her, but she's not that good. Her unique skill is it says it's a stam drain, but it's a, you know, it's a 0.5%. It's not really a debuffer. So if you're in the first half of the pack but aren't in the lead, you'll get a slight target speed increase. You'll get a gold recovery, stam recovery, and then you'll drain 0.5% to the people in front of you. But this can only trigger between 5th place and 2nd place. So it's just like, I mean, you're hitting the front runners essentially if you're running her as a pace chaser. She's just not good. Like, she's not a good debuffer. Captivating Trick just isn't good. And she has a recovery skill and a pace chaser, but it's not like that strong. I don't know. I think she's just like, her kit is just confused. It's only for one rushed enemy. How would it rush needs to trigger at the same? Yeah, if they trigger at the same time, yes. But the thing is, like, as soon as the first person gets rushed, it'll instantly try to proc it. Like, because it'll fulfill the last condition. So anytime during the mid race, and you are 5th place or higher, as soon as someone behind you gets rushed, which I think you have a 1-second window, right? No, it's not a 1-second window, no. As soon as somebody behind you gets rushed, it instantly procs. So usually you hit one person. So it's just not like... It's just not that good. I think she's just like... She has a very confusing kit. That's just not that strong. So... Ice shower... So, unfortunately, both of these... Well, Super Quick can be used as a parent, but both of these are, like... Rice Shower could probably be C tier. B buffer, comma, but... Evading tricks is not good. Only targets one rushed behind. Mid race, and then the unique. Oh, actually, she is a pace shade front / pace, and then Super Creek is a pace. Who on the Destiny's big uniques like this? I don't know what they're cooking up. So gold recovery skill. I mean, I just like gold recovery skill. Or pace gives some target speed as well. How long does it last for? 5 seconds? Ah, actually not bad. 2.5 for 5 seconds. It's just like on a track where you don't need this, you just run her as a front runner. Or if you have multiple front runners, you run her as a front runner. Yeah, just very awkward. Very awkward kit. Can you skip Summer Maru if you don't want to run front? If you are not running front runners, I don't know why you would pull for Summer Maru. Sorry, front. Now, maybe I should put brackets around it. That's like running it's like pulling on Saiyan Sky, but then never running front runners. Like, because everyone's saying she's a must pull. She's really good for front runners. I mean, Saiyan Sky's a must pull, but if you aren't running front runners, she's useless for you. So I don't like, I don't know. Think about it. Like, why would you need a front runner ultimate if you're not running front runners? If you aren't interested in anyone from Saiyan to Mihono Bourbon, do you just save the entire time? I mean, I guess. Like, yeah, if you don't want anything in between, then don't pull for anything in between. Is Rico mandatory? You'll be a little weaker. I mean, but that's like every single support banner, right? Like, your deck will just be weaker if you're not pulling on it. If you're not pulling for the new shiny card. Like, both of these fall off after the second scenario. I know people are saying, hey, like, Rico is usable in the third scenario. I mean, yeah, she's usable at max limit break when you get the 10% race bonus, because you don't really want to run a 5% race bonus card in the third scenario. So if you have it max limit broken, then yes, like, she's okay in the third scenario. But like, you only get the 10% race bonus once you have it max limit broken. So it's weird when, like, I don't know, it's a friend card that is the strongest in the scenario it comes out in. That's like essentially how it always works. Ice Nature card is good for the skill, so she lives for longer. If she's good for the skill if you're running late surgers. You should not pull on this banner if you do not plan on using on your left. Alright. What do you have next? Kawakami Princess. She's the one that has no stopping me, right? Hmm. I mean, she has no stopping me, Rising Dragon. She's a late surger. If you're struggling, if you're blocked. I mean, she's just like, if you're blocked, try to break out. I don't really have much to say about her. You know, no stopping me is always a gamble. I've seen some Top Guns proc it. And if you get blocked for no stopping me, maybe you can get blocked at the side for her ultimate. This one has to be during the last straight, and you have to be blocked on the side for 2 seconds. I don't even think it got reworked. Yeah, I didn't even get reworked. It's not like impossible to trigger, but it's a really awkward condition. I mean, like, obviously, if no stopping me triggers, and you get the acceleration on your final spurt, it's a 3-second 0.4 acceleration increase. But it's pretty bad. Like, she's actually, I'd probably just put her D tier. D tier. Sorry. D tier. She's a late. Uma that gambles on no stopping me. Can look to also put. Wait, what does she run again? Miles and mediums. You also look to put on your left to gamble harder. Essentially a. How do I spell it essentially? Okay. I'm gonna use basically because I don't know how to spell that. Basically a weaker Mayano Top Gun is how I would describe it, because her ultimate is worse than Top Gun. Is that how you spell essentially? Alright. Essentially a weaker Mayano Top Gun. Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to gamble on no stopping me, I think you'd rather just run Top Gun, since her ultimate is flashy landing is a little bit, like, has the same condition. It's a little harder, obviously, but you would rather get the acceleration from being the blocked side than whatever this target speed increase is on the last straight. I mean, like, Rising Dragon just isn't that good. It's literally just a worse version of Top Gun, because you get Rising Dragon instead of Breath of Fresh Air. At least this flashy landing gives you acceleration, so you have a chance to fly away. So no stopping me just feels really bad. It does get changed, right? Because it did change into where there's somebody in front nearby you. So, like, it's a diagonal instead of the person directly in front of you. So it gets a little bit easier to gamble on. But I don't know why you would just run. I don't know why you would run Kawakami Princess over Top Gun. Obviously, unless you know. Obviously, all of this tier list stuff, like, if you like the character, just pull for it. I just want to give you, like, a heads up. But she's just a worse Top Gun, which is crazy to say. Manhattan Cafe. Manhattan Cafe is a late surger, right? Late surger, yes. Alright, let me go back to global. 30% stam growth rate. She runs mediums and longs. She has Relax, which does nothing right now. When she releases, Relax will do nothing, yes. So you don't ever want to pick up that skill. It eventually gets changed to mid-race. But when she releases, Relax won't do anything, so... We won't talk about it. She has Stam Siphon, which I believe she's the only one with Stam Siphon until the card comes out. And the card... Does it come... Actually, no, never mind. The card comes out pretty soon afterwards. Yeah, it's right here. Never mind. But Stam Siphon is the gold version of... what's it? Stam Meter? And this one you can actually consider as a... you can actually consider it as a debuff skill, since it's 2% rather than the 0.5% of Stam Meter. So honestly, pretty good against pretty good like on long tracks. She also has Anchors Away, who also decreases the speed of the people around you. You have to be 6th to 4th place, and this happens anytime after the 50% rate. I think a lot of the times you just force her to end closer on long tracks, but you probably run her as late surgers as well. You can run her essentially as a late surger or an end closer. It's like kind of iffy on the track whether which one's better or than the other. So like depending on the CM, sometimes maybe it's better to run her as an end closer. Sometimes it's better to run her as a late surger. But her ultimate is better than Anchors Away. I think the only issue is that, you know, she has really bad aptitudes. So if you want to run her on anything but a medium and a long, it's a lot harder. Because she kind of can run, you know, late surger miles are always good to gamble on, especially if you have a way to get unblocked. But it's really hard to get her on miles since you run 10 sparks, you go up to B, then you have to hit 2 sparks to get S, or 1 spark to just get A. But she's a pretty good late surger. Can be ran as an end closer if they're somehow really strong with straightaway spurt. Because she has so many recovery skills, this goes back to that Symbolic Chris S card, where probably by the time this card comes out, I love like the late surger long with this card. Like it shines it has a little bit in the meta for Lose Yourself, where you can get that Stam Drain for the acceleration because you have, you know, Stam Siphon, which is a gold recovery skill. By the time this releases, I think Relax gets fixed to become a gold recovery skill. You can get Swingin' Maestro. Like, you should be very healthy with a 30% Stam growth rate. It's just really hard to get speed because it's all Stam. But Manhattan Cafe is just a very strong late surger. Like, I put her A tier. And you can kind of run her as end closer. You can only run her as end closer if end closers are meta, because you have to be 6th place, which is a lot more doable when there's a lot of end closers on long tracks. Everywhere else you would run her as a late surger until end closers kind of get stuck. Until probably like around the 1st anniversary when like this card releases and end closers kind of fade into... End closers aren't as strong on long tracks. Gonna be weird to pull for her where she is in the banners. Yeah. Like there's obviously a lot better choices around her. But if you want to run Cafe, like at least she's a good Uma. So she's A tier. Late. End when. End on some. On long. Actually, just end on long. Probably the best way to say it. Yeah, so basically it's just like the gold, this Stam Siphon is kind of disgusting. A gold recovery skill that drains the people around you is really good. Obviously like in the finals it might not matter, but in some of the earlier rounds this could just kill people. Mid-race speed unique with a gold recovery. Then I need to do this eventually too. And restless works. Yeah, she's a round one. Like, she is a pub stomper. On... Wait, what? She's a pub stomper on long tracks. The only reason why she's not... She's like low A tier. She's just extremely hard to train. Hard to build for Miles and... not really. I don't know if you want to bring her to Miles. It's just extremely hard to build because she has a 30% stamp growth stamp. Growth rates. Like, I think it's really hard to get when you have like nothing in the other stats. Like, your 30% in stam is just too much. Like, this is just way too much. Because 20% is a good number to drop a card, but an additional 10% doesn't really let you drop a card. It just lets you get more stam. So it's just really awkward. I mean, you can inherit this for a, you know, a small speed debuff, but I think this is too minor to consider a parent. But she's a good runner herself, especially on long tracks. Like, I think she pub stomps long tracks. But once end closers stop being so strong and on long tracks, you'll pivot to a late surger build. So you don't want to go too deep into end closers if you want to main Manhattan Cafe, because she'll eventually just turn into a late surger. It's just her kit allows her to get out of late surger when they're not strong on a specific track. Alright. Wow, Gold City got an alternate outfit this early. I was not 8% speed, 8% power, 14% wit. Get Down is a very funny ultimate. I don't remember her being that strong, because I do not remember seeing the festival version of Gold City. But Get Down is a very funny skill title. She can run miles, mediums, and longs. Pace Chaser, Late Surger. If you're blocked in the middle of the pack at the final corner, it'll be easier to get out. So on the final corner, if you're 6th to 3rd and you're blocked on the side for 2 seconds, you get an acceleration increase and a target speed increase. Oh, right, she has battle formation. I guess she's a debuffer then. Like, this ultimate, I don't think you can ever get to work. Like, this is too gambly. Like, I think it's even worse than No Stopping Me. So I think as a racer, she's just, this version of her is really bad. You'd rather just do it on someone else. Hold up. I'm trying to remember. I remember there was something specific with Gold City. For skill points, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I think this is only like a niche build with her. We're gonna skip ahead to, let me talk real quick about Summer Gold Ship. Summer Gold Ship has a really weird ultimate where when you inherit it, at any random point after the halfway point, you use a random gold skill. So I think Gold City, unfortunately, only has a niche build where you try to use this ultimate to trigger a gold skill in order to hit everyone in front of you with a 0.3 acceleration, which is super gambly that I don't think is a worthwhile strategy to go for, because, you know, this can happen anytime after the halfway point. I guess like if you think about accelerating is only like 20%, like there's a 20% chance that you can hit everyone in front of you with a decreased acceleration for 3 seconds, which is kind of disgusting. But I just don't think... I mean, like, obviously, if it works on the mile, you probably just win, because this is such a big acceleration debuff. But when it triggers on its own, like during this early race phase, it kind of does nothing. So I think this only has that niche build of doing a Summer Gold Chip Gold City gamble to hit on miles. Didn't debuff skills get disabled in CMs around when Summer Gold Chip saw, so how busted the skill was? No, it just recently got disabled on the Japanese servers. I don't remember debuff skills got disabled in the CMs. But I might be wrong. It's been a while. But I'm pretty sure it just recently got disabled. Alright, so Gold City Festival. See here. Bad runner. Debuff skill doesn't do much on its own. Bad runner, her unique is too hard to trigger with having to be blocked on the side. And then her debuff skill does not do. Alright. Next up, we have Symboli Rudolph Festival, which I also remember not being very good. Oh, I didn't say what she's a... What is she? Is she a late surger? I'm assuming she's a late surger because her original version's a late surger. Yes. Yeah, just not good. I mean, it's an acceleration debuff, but I don't think it's worth anything. Alright, next up we have the festival version of Symboli Rudolph, which I think is generally built as a pace chaser. Let's see. Howling Arrow Piercing the Darkness. If someone tries to overtake you in the first half of the pack during the late race or beyond, then on the final corner, your speed will increase. So yeah, so you have to be 5th place or higher, which, you know, with all the front runners we're going to be facing, usually you want to build Symboli as a pace chaser instead of a late surger. 6 second 0.35 is like pretty equivalent to her original version, so that's not that bad. I think the issue is that her one of her gold skills is a green skill that only works on autumn races. So I mean, she's good on autumn races because, you know, it's 60 speed, 60 power, but that's pretty inconsistent. I don't know why they just made her the autumn, like your potentials just aren't that good, and your ult is like mediocre. Yeah, that's about it. Like, I think her original version is just a lot better. But I guess, like, you know, maybe you can run her upgraded green skill in autumn races and run this version instead. I think it's quite literally maybe specifically for, you know, just autumn races. Like Tenno Show, autumn, maybe. Yeah, pretty weak. But you mostly want to run her as pace chaser because you have to be 5th place. So So tragedy, but probably also D tier. Then you. I think the main issue. Sorry, let me go back here. The main issue is that, like, her speed increase has to be on a final corner, right? So, like, there's just not that many races where that works on. I actually don't even know off the top of my head what races that would work on. So, I don't really want to dig through to see what races it works on, but I think she's just too specific. So, both her unique gold is to certain tracks. Maybe in those tracks she's extremely good. So too specific. But not too. Tosen Jordan, which I also don't remember being that good. Let's see here. Oh wait, I didn't check their evolution. Sorry, I know Gold City's evolution's not good. What is Symboli's evolution? Okay. Okay, so a better recovery skill and 80 stats in autumn races instead of 60s. Okay, yeah, never mind. She's still bad. But that's my bad. I should have checked the evolutions. But both evolutions are bad. Alright. Tosen Jordan. We have a Pace Chaser. If you're in the front during the final straight and you've been trying to overtake someone, or someone's been trying to overtake you, your speed will increase. So, I mean, I can't imagine this ultimate doesn't trigger. So, at least she has a unique. Ah! Right. Oh, wait, what? I thought she was a Pace Chaser. She has Race Planner? Okay, so she can run either Pace Chaser or Late Surger. Is this for the... Yeah, this is the banner that the Kitasen rerun banner is on. Huh. Okay, medium and long. So I get... Yeah, so I guess she's just... You can decide whether to gamble. I guess you would want to run her as a Late Surger on, like, mile track. She can't run miles. Maybe you want to run Late Surger on miles and mediums, and then Pace Chaser on longs to use Race Planner. Oh, wait. Wait, her ultimate's really good. Her ultimate makes... not Switch Up Pro, sorry. On your left to be used as a Pace Chaser? That sounds really good. And then she has a Race Planner ultimate that can also be changed to Late Surgers. Interesting. So she's really just stuck in between Late Surger and Pace Chaser limbo until her evolutions where you can do it on either. Oh, that's interesting. I think that's like a B, maybe. Yeah, like a B tier. I mean, 10% speed, 10% power. Always good to run a Late Surger with on your left, so you don't have to run, you know, not like subpar support cards. Or, I mean, I guess if you have a max limit break, Nice Nature, it's not that subpar. But I mean, she owns on your left. You can get it pretty cheap once the hint books come out at the 1st anniversary. Her evolution lets her run on your left. Yeah, her evolution lets her run on your left as a Pace Chaser, which sounds really good. So I'll put her B tier. She has potential. There. Pace. And I don't remember seeing many of her, but doesn't sound bad. Owns on your left and race planner in a limbo between them until the second anniversary where skill evolutions come out. Yeah, she sounds good. It's just, I think you really want to get her evolution skills. Because otherwise you're kind of just in a limbo. I guess you just run her as a end closer, and then, like, once again, if you really need race planner for long tracks, then you switch her to pace chaser instead. But she doesn't sound bad. Like, 10% guts kind of sucks, but the other two sets are good. And I think it's impossible to not trigger this ultimate. Because you just have to be top 4, and, you know, if someone's behind you, or if somebody's in front of you that you're trying to overtake, like, you should get the target speed increase. I can't imagine this ultimate doesn't trigger. Unless the, like, course is a corner at the final... at the final, like, leg, which doesn't happen. So, pretty good. Pretty solid B tier. I wouldn't place her any higher just because it seems like she's in a limbo until her evolutions. Alright, who do we have next? Dober. Dober is actually finally our first... what do you call it? Meta pull that I have. For F aptitude that requires 2 inspirations to hit S, yes, you can go from F to B. And then you can go from G to C. Even if every spark was, like, all 18 sparks were that aptitude, you can only get up to B. Yeah, we have Medrio over here. Actually, like, after doing her supporter card events, I like Dober a little bit more. 10% speed, 20% wit, runs miles and mediums, can be made to run short. It's pretty easy to go from E to A. Not easy, but, you know, if you are running short, you can just get these sprint aptitudes. Long's a little harder. Okay, let me go over her ultimate, because this is essentially mandatory for late surgers and end closers. So this one is just, as long as you didn't rush, if you are 6th or 5th place during the corner, you gain acceleration. So it's more consistent than Meiji Orion, and you can also just stack both of them. So as an actual Uma herself, she's probably not like that S tier, but as a parent, she's pretty mandatory to have in your legacy. Like, either you're borrowing it or you own her or whatever, because you really need it's probably, you know, more consistent on, especially now that we have front runners, it's probably more consistent on late surgers, but, you know, an end closer can enter 5th and 6th place to use her ultimate. So that's why I have her as both end closer and late surger, but she's more so a late surger. I mean, she herself is a late surger runner. But yeah, as a late surger, like, this is what I mean by, like, eventually, like, late surgers are never out of that gambly role, but eventually you'll have so many gambling skills that you try to just, you know, hopefully one of them procs, right? Also, like, on your left will get buffed where it shortens the window to only the first half of the 3rd race. So when that happens, I don't know, it might be at the 1st anniversary. Please don't quote me on that. I don't want to spread misinformation. But eventually on your left gets buffed to have a shorter window of activating, which I believe was at the 1st anniversary, which makes it a little bit easier to gamble on. She doesn't activate ults twice, no. This is just you can get acceleration during the mid race. So like for example on CM3 she can't be used because it'll just activate too early. Because when you see a at symbol, it means either or. It's like an or statement. As a runner herself, she has a stam. She has all-seeing eyes. Watching all directions, that's how it's translated. She has all-seeing eyes, which, you know, it's a stam debuff. A lot more effective on medium races and some mile races. But I don't really know if you want to run all-seeing eyes on miles. So this is another medium. It's another medium debuffer. It's kind of hard to hit people that matters on long tracks with all-seeing eyes. Usually you just see all-seeing eyes and mystifying murmurs on medium tracks. And then she has a plus 180 plus 180 skill, which is, I mean, it says, you know, it's in Kyoto, but she is a Queen Elizabeth Cup runner. So once we get the CM on Queen Elizabeth, like, which I don't even know when that is. But this is just a Queen Elizabeth. I guess it's all Kyotos, but like she's really strong on Queen Elizabeth because that's what her ulti is built around. The Queen Elizabeth is the 2200 Kyoto medium race. Does that come up soon? Sweet. I mean, obviously you can work it on any Kyoto race, but for sure it can work on the Kyoto one. Kyoto 2200. Okay, we'll have it very far in the future, it looks like. We'll be able to run that. But I mean, it works on any Kyoto race. It's just she is like lore-wise, she's just a Queen Elizabeth runner. Hold up, I think I need to close out because I lost my mouse for some reason. Wait, let me try restoring. Where's my mouse? Hello? My mouse disappeared on me. Ah! Okay, whatever. I'll just try to do it without it. Actually, this might be impossible. Alright, let me look at her skill evolutions. She has an evolved all-seeing eyes. Okay, I can't do this without my mouse. Hold up, let me restart my tabs. Okay, there we go, I have my mouse back. Let's see here. So all-seeing eyes gets turned into a speed increase. That's not bad, I guess. Maybe the other one's better? Or it can be just a straight up current speed increase during the final leg. That doesn't sound that strong. And then we have the evolution of the Kyoto one to get plus 80 to 3 stats. Yeah, so just a very good parent. Not that strong of a runner, but one of the best parents. Well, honestly, probably one of the only parents that late surgers get. So I'd say B tier. B tier as a late. S tier parent for late, and then like, I guess it would be an S tier parent for end closers as well. So as long as you are not rushed when you Enter the final corner. Gain acceleration at 5th or 6th place. I mean, obviously, you could run on your left, on Meijiro, Dober, and, you know, her unique skill and gamble. Same thing you can do with Meijiro Orion, but generally, she's just a parent. So yeah, as long as you're not rushed when you enter the final corner, you know, you gain that acceleration. Very strong. We'll talk about Biwa Biwa first. Biwa is always a pace chaser. So I mean, okay, we'll talk about her ultimate first. So if you were top 5 from the start to the mid race, then you just get a speed increase. I mean, like top 5, yeah. So if you're just, it's like okay, it's a little hard to trigger. It doesn't even give you like more target speed than other ones, so it's like it's mediocre. Let me swap back to global, so they're the actual translations. She has a long recovery skill, which is the upgraded version of Passing Pro. So if you overtake someone, you recover stam. Not the hardest, but it's locked to long tracks. And then she has in Body and Mind. You don't really want Pace Chaser Savvy. Straightaways is alright, but generally you want that from your legacies anyways. So maybe C tier. I don't think she's that bad. Biwa. Hide. I don't really want to talk about Ogre Christmas because it takes so long. Actually, I think I'll put her C tier. Yeah, I think I have to put her C tier. Nothing really special. Her unique. Unique is a little hard to proc for a mediocre result. Or I guess target speed increase. Outside of long tracks, she loses a gold recovery skill with VIP pass. Okay, so that's it. I think just the mainly is just like in Body of Mind isn't good, and VIP pass only works on long tracks. So and her unique isn't that good. So you're just running like a blanket pace chaser. I mean, she has stam, power, wit. Like, she can basically only run long tracks, and she's not even that good on long tracks. I just don't think she's that strong. That's probably my ending thoughts on Hayahide. Unfortunate. Alright. Ogre Christmas. I guess let's just, like, slowly go through it. So, first of all, she has 15% speed, 15% stam. The 2 stats you basically want. Sure, stam, like, isn't... Stam, the only time you don't want this 15% stam is maybe on a sprint. Otherwise, you can essentially use these 2 stat bonuses. Because her sprint is an E, she can level up. She can level this. You can like force her onto the sprints. She's not as strong on the sprints. She's just really strong in miles, mediums, and longs. We'll go ahead and go over Christmas Eve Miracle Run. So if you activate 3 recovery skills, then anytime during the second half of the race, your speed, acceleration will increase, and then you'll get a 3.5% stamina recovery skill. So the idea here is that because it's anytime during the second half of the race, you want to activate your 3rd recovery skill exactly when you can use this acceleration and this target speed. She owns 777s in her potentials, so on any track between 2000 to 2200, like those 200 meters. So for example, if I pull up like a Tokyo 2000, 777 will trigger, if I can subtract it, like 777 triggers exactly when the final leg starts on a 2000. And then if we go to a 2200, I think Kyoto has one, 777 triggers a little bit after, right? 2200 minus 777 is like somewhere around here. So between the 2000s, any 2000 to 2200 meter track, 777 could be your third ultimate. Let's go ahead and go to the Champions Meet tab and see how many after, like the Leo Cup. I don't think she's out during the Leo Cup. Scorpio Cup, Aries Cup, like Cancer Cup, like maybe once, no, the Scorpio Cup, like once every 4 months, you can get it off of 777s. You also have Gourmand, and then you also have a small breather, which when she releases, only activates during the late race, so you can use this to gamble. She's generally billed as a pace chaser or a late surger, basically whatever is stronger or whatever you can figure out when to trigger that specific recovery skill. I think there's the downhill recovery skill, right? What is the downhill recovery skill called for pace chasers? Skill list. Downhill. What's the pace chasing downhill skill? Sorry guys, I don't remember this. Pull left, down. There's some tracks where there's a downhill not to go homes. Wait, what? Oh, it might just be go home special. After school stroll. Like you can force her. I thought it was a pace chaser. I thought it was a pace chaser skill. But she has a D and end, so it's not that hard to raise. It's seven sparks to get to A. So you are essentially shoving her into whatever strategy you can trigger her ultimate for. I think I've even seen her as a front runner to, if there's an uphill, like for example here, if there's an uphill, I've seen, front runner Ogre Christmas, since, I mean, her ultimate is just so good because it's a 0.3 acceleration for 5 seconds. You just want to try to force this to trigger when you're accelerating. I don't think it's ever worth running her as a front runner, but I think I have seen a couple of them. Usually it's just paced or late. Because you're doing triple recoveries, you shouldn't really die. It's triple recoveries and a 3.5% here. And then she also, like, when inherited, it's honestly not that bad. It's just... It's like, it's an El Condor Pasa, a Super Creek Halloween. Like, she's not even that bad as a parent. Like, you can get this to work on front runners when there is a track that has an uphill during acceleration. But you're just gambling that you can activate all 3 recovery skills. So the only, like, Ogre Christmas is super strong because of all the things I just listed. But if you fail the wit check on one of them, it's, like, you lose your ultimate. So, I mean, when she comes out, we'll have Our Haru, and you should be able to get more wit. And, at, like, 800 wit, it's not that likely that you die. It's just very gambly. Too many A sparks to get what you want. I mean, yeah, but it still works. Like, I have a 3-star mile Ogre. I mean, yes, it's a lot of work, but people sweat it out. Like, it's just because it's not a, like, just because it's a lot of work doesn't mean it's not meta. Would I recommend doing it? No, it's not that strong of a unique, but you can do it. Like, I have a Symboli, I have a Ogre Christmas. I mean, somebody will put in the effort. But Yeah, essentially, you are just, like, she's just really strong because she has so much flexibility, because you're trying to min-max where you can activate the recovery skills. And by the time during the second scenario, and especially when the third scenario comes out, you're not really failing wit checks. Like, yes, you can get RNG'd and lose a wit check, but that's just, like, how it goes for every single like, that's just how it goes for every single Uma. She's kind of in her I want to put it in. Okay, we'll do S plus because S sounds weird. She does fall down from S tier or S plus tier to like high A once the evolutions come out, because she just gets a stronger recovery skill, which you do not need if you're running triple recoveries. And then she can upgrade. Her other one is just a long track, so it's only specifically on long tracks, and all it does is increase the... It just gives you another recovery skill, which this one isn't that bad, but it's not that strong. So she loses some strength because, like, you don't care about... Her evolutions just aren't good. They essentially do nothing because all they do is they make Gourmand a bigger recovery, and they do put a recovery into innate experience, or like the inner rail skill, but you're generally not gambling on inner rail for your ultimate. So she does fall off, I guess, at the second anniversary, but she's still meta. Long text, or long wall of text I will do later. Because this is going to just take too long. But she is, like, after Frontrunners, this is going to be the next, like, big thing. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are already talking about it. You need to use the ticket for her? What do you mean you need to use the ticket for her? You can use the ticket for her. You can buy a ticket at the first anniversary and use it on anyone from here prior. Right. Yeah, that was a long spiel. But I'll talk about that later. Or, I mean, I'll do the write-up for that later. Alright, I think I'm gonna... Okay, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would take. So I think we're going to stop at the first anniversary, because that's probably good enough. So next up, we have Fine Motion. Fine Motion has a 15% power, 15% wit. She is a pace chaser, and her unique skill is that if you are between 4th place and 2nd place and you've been blocked on the side, at the halfway point or beyond, you get a mini Anchors Away. I'll just call everything like that, which is... It's pretty rare for, like, I don't think... You almost never, like, Anchors Away usually is like an end closer, or like a mid-race unique skill is usually a late end closer skill, or, you know, front. So it's unique to her because she's a pace chaser, but it's hard to time when to proc this ultimate because it is just at a random, like, you can't really time when you're blocked on the side for 2 seconds. So it's a little awkward. She also owns Speed Star, which is the card that Fine Motion, like, her wit card gives. Speed Star's, I mean, it's just awkward because a lot of the times, you know, the final corner isn't when you want a target speed increase. So it's a little awkward, but it's fine, I guess. And then she gets increased acceleration when running on a downhill, which realistically only works on tracks that have a downhill during the final leg, which I don't know what tracks have that off the top of my head. I think she's probably like high C tier, B tier. You don't really see her that often, besides for the straight down acceleration on certain tracks. She has some evolutions, you know, she can get more target speed increase for Speed Star, or you can have it activate. I think this one makes it longer, and then this one gives you more speed for a shorter duration. And then her skill evolution for straight down is a lot of acceleration, so I just don't know what track that this works on, but it's very rare. Like, it's not that common, so that's why she's kind of stuck in C tier. Just because you only would try to run her for that gold skill. Otherwise, she just kind of has nothing going for her. Like, her unique is just too hard to activate. So C tier as a pace chaser, and then only there is a downhill during the phase. Her unique requires her to be blocked for 2 seconds for a mid. Block for 2 seconds. Sorry, on the side for a mid race speed increase. How to evolve skills when you need 500k? Like, wait, what do you mean? How to evolve your skills? Oh, no, they just have, like, what, at the 2nd year anniversary, like, you see the conditions here. A lot of them are just, like, winning a certain race, but, like, even, and, like, having a specific amount of skills. So, like, if you have 2 medium skills, you get the medium version of Speed Star. If you have 2 Pace Chaser skills, you can evolve the Speed Star. So there's just different conditions for the evolutions. It's not like fan bonus. Like the evolution of straight down is winning the Queen Elizabeth or just having 800 power and 2 acceleration skills. They're very easy. It's like pretty rare that you can't evolve the skill, especially if you're like going for it. But we kind of have to talk about the evolution skills because they kind of redefined if an Uma's good or not. Tamamo Cross. It's kind of awkward. Okay, let's just go through it. Tamamo Cross has a 20% stam, 10% strength. Very good for longs and mediums. Like you can use both those stat bonuses. I mean, it's gold chip stat bonuses. So it makes it very, very easy to trigger it. Wait, let me go back to global. She is a pace chaser, late surger, can also be an end. Actually, I think she's more so used as a late surger and an end closer. You don't usually see her as a pace chaser. So like between a late and an end, depending on what you want to have it. Her unique is interesting. So on the second half of the race, on a straight, if you are in a good position or you're aiming for one from the back of the pack, you get acceleration and a target speed increase. So let me go to the specific track that this is good on. Sorry, let me clear my throat. So we need to go to the Kyoto 3200, the Tenno Spring. So if you look here, and we go back to Tamamo Cross. So if you're 6th to 7th, and you are more than 50%, and you're on that straight, you get acceleration and target speed. At 5 seconds, this turns into 19.2. No, not 19.2. 16 point something. It's essentially a skill for the Tenno Spring because you activate it at the 850 mark. Well, you're trying to activate it at the 850 mark, so you're able, like, it's best suited for this race, the Tenno Spring. Yeah, it is the current CM. I mean, she's just a Tenno Spring Runner. She has Fast and Furious for late surgers, and then she has Straightaway Spurt for end closers. So you kind of like shift her around for like if a Straightaway Spurt works on the track, you run her as an end closer. Otherwise, you can just run her as a late surger. The only issue is that you have to be exactly 6th or 7th, which makes it pretty hard. So you kind of have to see the meta. If there is a lot of end closers, you have to run her as an end closer, and if there isn't that many end closers, you might have to run her as a late surger, so you're 6th to 7th place. And then she has the upgraded version of Tail Held High, which is okay at best. It's okay at best. She gets a lot because she has the Tail Held High upgrade. Your idea is that you're trying to like, maneuver her during the mid race. But she is best suited for the Tenno Spring, which I don't know when it gets rerun. It's yet another hyper-specific ultimate. Is Metro Dober still... Yes, Metro Dober still uses the parent, because there's just not that many... There's just not that many... What do you call it? Not that many acceleration skills printed. A lot of Umas turn into these like hyper-specific ultimates, where it's like on certain tracks that it's good. Also, like this inherited is pretty bad, so you don't really use her as a parent. But like this, the ideal conditions is specifically the current CM we're on, which is the Tenno Spring, because the halfway point is right here, so it can only activate on the next straight after the halfway point, which is this straight. And if you proc Anchors Away, as you can see with Resplendent Red Ace here, it will carry over into the final leg. So I guess like she's like high A tier on Tenno Spring. She's like A tier otherwise. How useful is the ulti outside of the course? It's still good. It's still an Anchors Away. Like, it's still a 5-second, 0.35 target speed increase. It's just, like, you're not really using the acceleration except for the hyper-specific situation of, like, the Tenno Spring, where there is a straight into the final leg. But, like, she is probably very close to S tier, maybe even S tier, on the Tenno Spring. Otherwise, she's A tier, which is why I'm going to give her A tier. Because it's still, like, you still can use the Anchors Away. So wherever a late surger or an end closer is good, like, she still has it. It's just, you just ignore the acceleration. I guess we haven't looked at her evolution skills. But you just ignore the acceleration can only be realistically used on the Tenno Spring. So she has Fast and Furious upgrade, which just gives her more speed. Or she can turn it into a Stam Recovery. And then she has a upgraded version of a third upgrade to Tail Held High. If 6th or 7th is not always the end strategy. If there's two... No, not really. Like, you can run her as a late surger or an end closer. What do you mean? Is it not? Oh. We won't see, like, that many end closers. Like, people are going to be running front runners now. But like on the Tenno Spring, yes, you're probably running her as an end closer to try to get into 7th place. Like if you are running the Tenno Spring, that's why it's a late or an end closer. You have to read like what the meta is. Her unique is a mid-race skill that some specific track Tenno show can be used for carryover and acceleration. Well, guys, said the most ready players will use Ogre Christmas and 2 frontrunners, so that those who can afford it will drop the delay buffer strategy. Like the Dominator strategy? Yeah, like... If there's 2 ends and 2 lates, she'll have a higher stat, so she can be 5th. That's why I'm saying, if end closers are meta, you run her as an end closer. So you use tail held high to get into 7th place. Wait, I'm so confused. If your track is front runner heavy, you run her as a late surger and then gamble. Yeah, it's either... So you either run just front runners, Ogre Christmas and 2 front runners, or Ogre Christmas and double debuffers. Switches between... So she switches between late surger and closer. The conditions of sixth or 7th. Alright. Let's move on to Haru, New Year's, and TM Opera O. So New Year's Haru has a 20% power, 10% guts, a little bit better than her original outfit for stat bonuses. Her unique ultimate has a special scaling. So the further you are from the front during the final corner, the more the speed will increase. So it's a multiplier between... So the base duration is 5 seconds, and other ults are 6 seconds. This can scale up to 1.6. So the most that this can scale up to is a base duration of 8 seconds. Or it could be lower. So actually, it literally says right here. It's between... Oh my gosh. Oh my. It's between 4 seconds and 8 seconds, depending on how many meters of distance you have. Generally, like the special duration or the special scaling doesn't really matter. But it's just... Yeah, but anytime during the final corner, you'll just gain increased speed. She's usually built as an end closer. And obviously usually built as a dirt racer. Otherwise, she can be ran as a late surger. But I think most of the time, people build her as end closers. She has center stage, which isn't that good. And then she has a late surger skill where after 5 seconds you try to overtake someone, you can increase acceleration. Also not that good. Fighter's just not that good of a skill. Like... Unfortunately, she's just not that strong. This one at least gives target speed increase during the opening leg, but you don't really want that. Like, the opening leg, when you're still in position keep, target speed increase isn't that great. This one you can gamble on since it's an acceleration during a random point in the final leg. And then she can upgrade her late surger skill, which is what into giving it increased target speed when you're trying to overtake someone, which you can kind of try to time, but most of the times because you're running mid-race skills, you might misfire the target acceleration. So this is why she's not generally built as a late surger, unless you're going gambling. It's because her evolutions aren't that great, and I mean her unique is okay. She's honestly fine on dirt, but that's just because people don't run dirts. She's pretty weak. I think if you were talking about dirt racing, she's probably C tier. Otherwise, she's which we will just only rate her as a dirt racer. So she's probably B, C tier. Will I be putting this Haru into every CM? Yes. This is probably the better version than the original one, mainly because you can actually use her unique, but she is C tier, unfortunately. New Year's. C tier. You should be running her as an end closer. I don't think she's good as a late surger. Or at least the New Year's version. Because once again, it's because of the special scaling. Like I said, it doesn't matter, but you want to be farther away from first place in order to get more effect from this. Her unique has special scaling where the further away from first she is, comma, the longer increase lasts. So yeah, because you want to be 50 meters, which is a big difference. But as a late surger, especially if you're gambling, sometimes you might misfire. You want to activate this and then accelerate. Or sorry, you want to activate this during your acceleration so you're able to use more of it rather than losing the duration of it. I don't know, it's really hard to explain because you shouldn't really be running Haru on most tracks. So I'm not gonna really go too into depth. Alright. Next up, we have Opera. 14% speed, 8% stam, 8% wit. Runs turf, mediums, and longs, and is generally built as a pace chaser. So her skill honestly isn't that bad to inherit. She's like a B tier parent. I used to have it highlighted, but then I realized that you should probably just get Ogre or Kiseki or Sidney Rudolph, one of those ults instead of this one. But this one's good on mediums and long tracks, because as long as you've activated 7 skills at the 400 meter mark, as long as you're 4th place or higher, you get the strongest inherit target speed increase. So this joins the ranks of Kiseki, Ogre Crap, Symboli Rudolph as one of the best, or as your best option for a velocity increase skill. She has Swinging Maestro, and then she has a long track target speed increase, which generally you want to be a pace chaser because you have to be top 5. Let me go to her evolutions. She has a upgraded version of Swinging Maestro, which changes it to a 7.5%. Or you can change it to a white skill with a target speed increase, which is better which only works on long tracks. Sorry. And then she has another long track upgrade for her unique. I guess it's not unique because it's just 2 other people have it. But the gold seal that she has to have a stronger target speed increase if you're top 5 in some random time in the middle leg. She is like B tier. She's not bad. She's okay as a parent as well, but I just got rid of the highlight because I didn't think it was that meta. Like, she's okay. She's very consistent. Like, maybe low A tier. But I'm gonna put her B tier. Like, there's just other Umas that do it better than her. She's a parent for... Well, no, she's not a parent for a style. She's a parent for medium and long tracks. Well, I guess you have to be... No, because, like, if you're... Like, you should be top 4 in the last 400 meters if you're trying to win. So she's just kind of a parent for medium and long tracks because that's when you can use that 400 meter mark. But I stopped... I don't really consider her that meta anymore. Puns. Consistent, unique, on. And it has to be a medium and long track because it's the last 400 meters. On sprints and miles, the 400 meter, you probably haven't accelerated to your top speed yet. Like, for example, the third CM, you only accelerate to your top speed, like, at the 250 meter mark. Maybe a little bit faster if you're staying in sky. Also, yeah, so just, usually it's for mediums and long tracks. And longs for the strongest. For a 3-second 0.25. I wouldn't recommend pulling on the banner, but if you get spooked by it, it's good. Nothing. Nothing special as a runner, but consistent. I mean, that's just like it. She's just very consistent. Swinging Maestro, good on long tracks. Not top tier, but can work. I think she also has a secret event where if you win the Triple Crown, you get a couple of stats. And you can do this twice, since you can do it 2 years. So it forces mood up, you know, plus 10, 20 skill points. Just like an okay runner, B tier runner. This banner afterwards is a rerun for all banners, so there's just no rate up Uma. So nothing really to talk about there. Okay, I missed the comment like so long ago, but I remember someone was saying don't pull on this because it's a double rate up. All banners in this game, your rate up is only 0.75. Like, you know, if it's a solo banner, it's 0.75. If it's a double banner, it's still 0.75. It's just, sure, if you want to be spooked by other things and you don't want Biwa Haihide Christmas, then you can skip it, but like it's not like these solo banners have a higher rate up. How does pity work? Yeah, you just pick. Like they will just have like everything there. They literally just have everything up into it. So I wouldn't really recommend pulling on this banner because duplicates don't really do anything. And I think you would rather not hit 200 to get a specific one that you want. They never really do this again. They do like, when they do other reruns, it's like a specific one. Like there's the gray coat one sometime soon. There's like a gal one. I never knew how to title that. In 2023, I think. Where is it? Yeah, there was like one after the in between the second year and this 2.5 year one. Like there's one with Gold City, Jordan, Palmer, and Helios. What happens with the Umas that aren't? Wait, what happens with the Umas that aren't 3-star? It still all adds up to 3%. Like in that rerun banner, like it still adds up to 3%. It's just that 3%, like you have a 0.064% chance to get a specific Uma, but it all adds up to 3%. Alright, what's the next one? Chiyono... Sakura Chiyono. And then someone was asking when other 1-star, 2-stars come out. The first one is Tannhauser. Machikane Tannhauser. So at the 1-year anniversary, there's gonna be a new 2-star. I think she's a 2-star. Yes, there's a new 2-star. That's the first new like 1-star, 2-star Uma. So that's also where we're gonna stop. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more Umas to go through. Alright. Yes, anytime you can get a 3-star, it's 3%. Except once we get to a little bit past the 3rd year anniversary, I think Jungle Pocket was a 4.5% rate for a 3-star. Twin Turbo is at the 2nd year anniversary. Alright, so she has a 10% speed, 10% guts, 10% wit. She runs mile, medium, and then can be made to run short and long since E isn't that hard to get up from. If you're 4th or higher, and you're trying to pass the person in front of you, you'll get speed increase with less than 300 meters remaining. You have Speed Star, and then you have a speed power up during spring. Very average. It's a Ogre clone, but not as strong. Like sorry, not an Ogre clone, but it's like an Ogre move, Ogre Kiseki move. Last 300. It's just not a 0.45. It's a 0.35. She's a pace chaser. Skill evolution wise, pace chaser, more speed increase, a shorter speed increase on medium tracks, and then you get 80s and springs. Like a C tier pace chaser. Nothing really going for her. Speedstar just isn't that useful. And I guess she's good on speed. She's good on springs somewhat. Yeah, the inherited ult is also a 0.15, so it's not even that good as a parent. So just a weaker, sorry, I guess instead of the Ogre clone, it's a weaker Ogre. Is how I would say it. C tier. Base. Weaker Ogre, comma. Unique is a worse version of both Ogre and Kiseki. Was it Speed, Star, and Gold Spring Runner are not great potentials. What specific season BS? I mean, it's just a speed power up. It's not that strong. There's just like, I think there's just a lot of people who have it because like that's just thematically they should have it. But it doesn't like make them stronger. I mean, I guess it makes them stronger, but it's a 60 power up, 60 speed up. It's not going to be the deciding factor between what makes something an Uma meta or not. Is it expensive? Not. No, not really. It's a little bit expensive, yeah. Like it's just not that useful. Like I don't think these specific season green skills are that useful. Alright, I don't really want to talk about Mihono Bourbon, so let's talk about Aishin Flash Valentine's first. So, Aishin Flash is a late surger for the Valentine's version. We've already talked about her original version. But yeah, she's a straight late surger. If you've overtaked 2 people after the final corner, then on the final straight, you'll get a 6-second 0.35 speed increase. Oh. Sorry. That's like, okay. She has Dominator. She's gonna be another runner of Dominator. And then she has Photon Flash, which is another speed increase on a random straight. And then let's go into her evolutions. She can upgrade Dominator to a speed increase, so instead of being a speed debuff, she can try to get stronger off of that. She can also turn it into a recovery skill, and then Photon Flash gets turned to Black Flash, which is just a stronger version of a random straight speed increase. Pretty mediocre as a late surger. As a late surger, you kind of just want to gamble on your left and like on an acceleration gamble. So she's more so considered for the Dominator. So, Aishin Flash. Like, I think you would, if you wanted to run an ace, I think you'd rather run the original version over this one. Valentine, and then she should be a consistent late against what that strategy should be, not enough gambling. Has Dominator that in medium races. But like, I think just as a Dominator, you just want to gamble. Actually, maybe it is better than her original, because her original one also kind of sucks. It's just awkward when like they don't have kits to gamble with. I mean, like a target speed increase gamble and a target speed increase on a final straight isn't the greatest. I think Flash just has a inherently weak kit. Alright. Now we get to talk about Valentine's Mihono Bourbon. So I've already ranted about her an insane amount, so I'll try to keep this short. She has a 10% speed, 10% stam, 10% power, which is essentially all the stat bonuses you want. Her lowest aptitude for distance is C, so she can run any distance, because you should be running a minimum of 4 stars on the distance aptitude, so you'll be able to start on A for any distance. Sure, she can't run on dirt. We have her ultimate, which is essentially, so just during any mid-race corners, which is a lot of the races, if there's someone behind you, you will speed up. And this happens when you're top 4, so you don't have to be first place, you just need to be a front runner. And it comes with a white recovery skill. Already just better than Summer Marzensky's. The white recovery skill doesn't really matter, but it's just a lot easier clear conditions. The only time I can see why it wouldn't work is if somehow the entire middle race was a straight, which usually doesn't happen. And as a front runner, you don't really care. They're not really going to get snapped back from position keep, so it's fine if this triggers before the end of position keep. Chocoban also has front runner savvy, which can be one of your 3 greens for groundworks. She has escape artist, which isn't that great, but it's all right. Like, it helps. She has groundworks, And then she has concentration. Concentration you generally can't really get on other cards, at least for a while. Like you don't really want to be running the stamp card. It's probably until Austin, and like you don't want to be running Hazuna afterwards. Escape Artist gets buffed, or not gets buffed, can evolve into longer Escape Artist, or a recovery in it. And then she has an even better concentration upgrade, where she gets a +10 to all stats. Escape Artist is good. This is a very consistent skill. But I think, like, the main thing that you want from her is, like, it's just, like, it's a thing where, like, this is an A rank skill, but everything here is, like, S rank. All of her potential skills are good. I don't know. It's just, like, all of her potential skills are good. And this comes out around when the first anniversary happens. So you'll be able to get hint books. You'll be able to get hint books for this, and you can make everything a level 3 hint here. So it's going to be very cheap to like get groundworks, very cheap to get frontrunner savvy, concentration. Concentration and escape artist will be a little bit more expensive because I don't remember if you can. I don't remember off the top of my head if you can make focus and fast pace cheaper, but you'll be able to make these 4 cheaper by 30%. So she kind of redefines. Generally, when we talk about a good frontrunner, you either own groundworks or you own fortune favors the fast. Fortune. So taking the lead eventually gets reworked to where it happens right out the gate. So you either have taking the lead or groundworks, or you have both of them. Because Mihono Bourbon Wit is a very good wit card for frontrunners, so you can have groundworks and fortune favors of the fast to like instantly fly out of the gate. But the thing is, like, these runners aren't that great, so we will talk more about like Valentine. That's why Valentine's Mihono Bourbon is still better. Twin Turbo is a great escaper. Helios is also a great escaper. I think Ace is also a great escaper. And then Kitasen has the problem where you just can't run Kitasen Black in her deck. So she's on the back burner for a while. Is OG Mihono Bourbon good after the change? Yeah, like she can be ran. It's just why you can't run the original one. Like you would rather run the Valentine's Bourbon because it's just that much better. But yeah, once again, it's just groundworks. Technically 2 of the 3. Sure, concentration's a wit check. But she just makes it a lot easier. She makes your, like, just having groundworks in your potentials where you don't have to, like, even if you had 18 sparks of groundworks, like, you still have a chance of not getting it. Being able to fall back on this makes it so much easier. And you would just generally buy all of her potential skills on any race. So just, like, she has a mid-race skill here. All 4 of her potential skills are useful, and she can be ran on any distance. Oh, I didn't talk about Flash. See here. Mihono Bourbon. Valentine is S tier. Right. Well, actually, I guess if I put Summer Maru as S tier, Mihono Bourbon should probably also be S plus. And then I will do this when I'm in a better mood. Wall of text on why she is good. Why? Why is Aston not good? I mean, just because she has, like, yes, she has groundworks and fortune favors the fast, but she has an acceleration increase on the last 400. She is a sprinter. She's like the strongest front runner on sprinters. But like, it's gonna be really hard to raise her on mediums and longs. Like, she will be. I mean, she's better than Valentine's Mihono Bourbon on shorts, but that's like 1 or 2 CMs in a year. But I mean, I guess in that 1 CM a year, like, she is the best front runner. Can you as an Oshi player? I mean, yeah. Like, Fortune Phasers is the fast and Groundworks is really good. It's just like, I mean, like, she has sprint corners, a sprint gold skill, a sprint unique. Let me look at, we go to her evolve skills, a sprint evolve skill. Fortune, this one's better. Like, you can at least use the evolve skill here, but like, she is a sprinter. You lose half of her kit if she's not running a sprint, and that's only like one or 2 throughout the year. But she's really good. She's a really good front runner on sprints. It's just, it's hard, like, you know, it's hard to say she's meta when she's specifically for a specific distance. Because, like, honestly, like, on a specific track, there will always be one Uma that will not be, like, you know, Mihono Bourbon, Summer Marzanski, Ogre, Cap, Christmas, that is really good at that specific track. We just consider, you know, Bourbon, Ogre, and Summer Maru as really good because they are, like, all around. They can run on so many different tracks. Alright, what do we have next? Ardan. Ardan has a 10% speed growth rate and a 20% wit growth rate. Pretty sure there's another girl right behind you. Wait, let me swap off of the Japanese server. If there's another girl right behind you during the final straight, you use a little bit of your stamina for a increased speed significant increase in speed. So this is a 4-second target speed increase of 0.5. When inherited, it's a little worse, 2.4, 0.25. She's a pace chaser. She owns Race Planner, and then she has Prepare to Die. Is that really how it was translated? Oh, I guess it was. Which, on a medium track, if you are 5th to 2nd place on the last straight, during the late race you get a speed increase. I do not remember that being called Prepare to Die. Pretty weak. This is a 4-second 0.45, which is weaker than the other, like, stronger target speeds because it comes with a 1% stam drain. This is just like a pace chaser that just isn't as strong as... I mean, it comes with a, you know, race planner, but like, if you compare her to the current pace chaser, like Ogre Cap, she's just a little weaker. So it's not the greatest. Just a all-around C tier pace chaser. Unique is fairly weak. Say 5 speed increase, shorter than others, and has a 1% stam debuff or drain attached to it. And then the other issue with her is prepare. Prepared to die is not a good gold skill. Unfortunate. A little weak as a pace chaser. Does Valentine's behind? I mean, yes, like if you're running a medium or a long track, generally you need recovery skills. I don't know why you wouldn't run like Rice Shower or Super Creek on a long track. Alright. We have Admire Vega, who is a end closer. 10% speed, 20% power. And can run mediums, miles, and longs. Her unique is if you are far away from the front on the last straight, your speed would increase. So you need to be 7th or lower. And the distance needs to be at least 5 meters. Yeah, 5 meters between you and first place for the 0.45 5-second duration version. Otherwise, you just get the 0.35 version. I don't think this ultimate is saving you if you're that far behind for this trigger. Like, if you are bottom 2 on the last straight, I don't think this ultimate saves you. So you should probably, if you're running Admire Vega, you probably only have this trigger condition. So she just has a regular target speed increase on the last straight. It's 5 meters, which isn't that bad, but you have to be 7th place or lower on the last straight. So you're most likely more than 5 meters away from first place. I think it's really hard to, like, get them close. She has... This skill is not good. Anything that needs to be blocked is just somewhat inconsistent. Maybe it gets revamped. Let me check. Okay. By the time she releases, I think the gold skill gets revamped. So the gold skill actually isn't that bad. It's not... Yeah. Because this one you need to be blocked, but once it gets fixed, you just need to have someone in front of you. So that's not that bad. I've already talked about this in Hishi Amazon. This skill is not that great. It's just like, if you're that far behind, you're most likely losing anyways. Like, you don't want your end closer to be that far back. Target speed increase on her restore, and then this one makes it a little bit better, but not the greatest. Yeah, just a all-around, like, mediocre end closer. Not as bad as Hishi Amazon, because she has her gold recovery skill. So I'd probably put her at C tier as an end closer. Unique can be a 0.45 speed for 5 seconds, but if you are that far behind, you most likely are not winning. And then... Was it Strum? How do I spell it? It's not Storm and Stress. Storm and... I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Ah! Okay. Drag is not the greatest skill. Okay. I think that's just, like... Just needs a little bit more, you know? A little bit more sauce, and maybe she's good. Alright, this is going to be our last one for today. This took a lot longer than I thought. So we have the Kitas in Black Original, which is a good front runner, and then Tannhauser. So we'll start off with Kitasen Black, and then we'll move on to Tannhauser. Kitasen Black is very good because a lot of the times Seiyun Sky's ultimate doesn't work. For Kitasen Black, if you are at the front of the pack, your speed will increase at the third corner. If it's the second half of the race, so if it's the second half of the race, your speed will increase on the third corner, or your acceleration will increase at the end of the race. So most likely, try to just ignore the... You're not inheriting this for the target speed increase. You're inheriting it for the acceleration here. So anytime during the late race, and there is a straight, and you are top 2, you get the acceleration. That's like all you really need to think about it. When it says straight fun type, it's just like on specific tracks. On some specific tracks, there's a straight on the opposite side of the race course from where the audience is. You'd have to research which track this works on, but a lot of the times, like, the frontrunners can't use Seiyun Sky's ultimate, but can use Kitasen Black's. As a runner herself, she has Fortune Favors the Fast, which is only good once it gets reworked, which should be when she releases. I'm pretty sure that's when this skill got reworked. And then she has another long track, which is the upgraded version of long straightaways. So not that bad. No recovery skills, which is a little awkward for long tracks. So like the main reason why we consider her as a parent, even though the inherit is pretty weak, is because she's meant for long tracks. Like this skill is meant for long tracks, but she can't run her own card. Like she can't like you can't run Kitasen Black with her, and that's really awkward, especially since like Kitasen Black comes with long corners and front runner straightaways as hints. And like, you know, corner recovery. Like all of Kitasen Black's hints are really good. But her and we're not gonna get to the Seiyun Sky Ballroom, but those two are like the accelerations that frontrunners inherit if Seiyun Sky doesn't work. She comes out in Mant. Yes, this is the release of the third scenario. So that's why I have her on a light highlight, because she is strong for long tracks, but it's just awkward because you can't run Kitasen Black. So you're trying to run Narita Top Road, Fuku Kitaru, and eventually Maruzenski Speed in her decks. So Kitasen Black. Still an A tier. Good parent for long tracks. Awkward as an ace, as she has no recoveries. During Mant, Kitasen card is less ran, no. If you are specifically doing a race build, sure. But that requires a lot of cards. I think it's more so annoying that she has no recovery skills. Though I guess Valentine's Mihono Ribbon also has no recovery skills. She's just, I mean, it's just awkward as an ace. But yes, Kitasen Black only has a 5% race bonus. But it doesn't mean you can't, like... It's not like you're benching Kitasen Black speed card. There's only like a specific race build where maybe you should bench Kitasen Black. But you still need like good speed cards. Unless you like are going for the high variance, you know, 70% race bonus deck, most likely you're still running Kitasen Black. I don't know where this, like, you're not, like, it's not like Kitas in Black is useless during Man. Like, there's only a niche build that you wouldn't run the card in. Alright, we have Tannhauser. Does Man remove the French gear? How do you up their French? Well, I'm not. Let me just finish this last one. I don't think we need to go over the third scenario. That's just too far in the future. I guess this is also too far in the future. So Tannhauser has a 20% stam growth rate, a 10% guts. She is usually ran as a late surger. You don't really run her as a pace chaser. She runs mediums and longs, can be forced into miles since she has a D. But yeah, generally you just run her as a late surger. She has a gold recovery skill that comes with a target speed increase if you are between 6th place and 3rd place, which is pretty decent. Really bad inherit. It's a white skill and a 0.05, so you don't really want to use her as a parent, but she comes with a target speed increase. She comes with Unruffled, which is, I think by the time it comes out, should be fixed, because it is surrounded. So this skill works. When it gets reworked, this should get reworked by the time she releases. And then she has Overwhelming Pressure, which unfortunately is just she does have Slick Surge in her potentials, so, you know, the small version of On Your Left. So it's not that bad. Is her unique ever used for Ogre Christmas? No, not really. The only unique that you would look at is Tachyons, because that one can be... That one triggers around when... Because you don't want the 0.5 heal. Like, you're not inheriting a heal on Ogre Christmas for the actual, like, to be one of the 3 heals. You're inheriting it to be your 3rd heal. All together, and then we have to go to her evolve skills. Her evolve skills, she can upgrade Unruffled to increase target speed, and then she can upgrade whatever the English version of this one was, to come with, if you overtake someone during the final leg, you'll get speed, acceleration, and a white skill heal, which actually makes it somewhat better. But overall, she's not D tier. That's all I'll say. That's all I can really say. She's like high C tier as a late surger, because, you know, like, this is a pretty like, she comes with 2 gold recovery skills, so it makes it easy to build her for mediums and longs, especially since Unruffled will actually work. So there's a consistent gold skill and another consistent gold skill that has a mini anchors away. C+. Yeah. C+ is probably... Yeah, I'd probably just be C+. Recovery, unique, and a gold recovery skill. A very safe... Like, I think the issue is she doesn't gamble enough. Like, she's a late surger that doesn't gamble enough, and she's not strong enough as a pace chaser to contend with Ogre Cap. Very safe, late. Like, her deck will just be somewhat awkward. Actually, I'll do B-. I think B- sounds better. Very safe late, but not enough to gamble on for being a late surger. Yeah, I think B- is better. Just because, like, 2 recovery skills makes Dex a lot easier for her. It's just overwhelming pressure is not that good. The evolved one's okay, but, like, I'm not gonna... It's, like, okay. It probably brings her to B+, just because she gets a little bit of acceleration here. Is there ever gonna be an Uma with US 1 tier? Depends on, like, how long something like, you know, Gentle Donna, or, like, if Gentle Donna continues to be meta, then maybe I'll reevaluate it. I guess technically with, like, the... Mihona Berman might be, like, an SS tier. But I don't think I'd ever be able to, like, go above SS. B- almost glue. Yeah, I think, like, she's just very safe. She gives you 2 recovery skills. But she has a recovery unique, a recovery potential. It's kind of an acceleration here. You just put it on the left. Her Stamgrass rates aren't the greatest. I think she's just very consistent. Like, I think she's just a very good free-to-play late searcher. I guess this isn't even that consistent. Because there needs to be a lot of other late surgers and end closers to be surrounded. Let me say semi-consistent. I don't want to be... I think she's like it's just a free-to-play friendly. Like, she's just free-to-play friendly. Just say it's glue. I think the issue with her recovery skill is that, like, you need to play her with other... Oh, that's the wrong one. You need to play her with, like, other late surgers. And it's kind of... it's kind of rough, because the is surrounded... generally means that, like, you need a lot of end closers or late surgers. It's just kind of rough. Actually, maybe she's not a late surger. She might be a pace chaser. Oh, but it's so awkward because she has Slick Surge. Right? Because she has Slick Surge in her skills. I don't know, I think she just doesn't know where she wants to be. Because like this is good, like a recovery skill here and a semi-recovery skill here on a pace chaser is nice. But like you have Slick Surge. I don't know. I think she's just kind of blue. I think she just doesn't know what she wants to be. Let me put pace question mark. I don't know, I've never seen her built, unfortunately. She does have a costume variant, I believe, that is a late surger. Which might be what I'm getting confused on. The festival version, or yeah, the sports festival version. This one is a late surger, so maybe that's why I'm getting confused. This one's also like mediocre. But I maybe that's why I'm confused, because I'm thinking about this one. Because I think this one you for sure build as a late surger. Is she good? I mean, she's also like B- tier as a late surger. But you might run the original version. You might run this version as a pace chaser. I don't know. Because Unruffled kind of sucks. Why does she have Mile stuff here? What? She said, oh, yeah. I don't really see Tannhauser in CM. So I don't know too much about that. You want me to check out the same that you have in general? Okay. What is this general for? What is this? Triple S. How does it have more power than speed? Oh. I mean, speed's overrated. I mean, yeah, technically, like, you know, the speed, the final straight is only, 350 meters. If you can hit angling and scheming, maybe you could overtake. But you do die to a front runner cover, so just don't get hit by that. That is a very low speed stat. Like, maybe if you were at, like, close to 11,000, I wouldn't be that worried for you, but 982 is kind of crazy. Or just kind of unfortunate. You've been beating front covers? Okay. Alright, I think I have everything there. I just need to actually do the wall of text right here and the wall of text right here. But those two are... That's essentially everything up until the first anniversary. For Umas, I'll only do banners kind of on my own, because there's only, like, I only really want to do, like, these one, or just these 4. Actually, I can just do them right now. Why do I recommend pulling on this? We get 50 free pulls. Think about going to pity for care. If get a copy, free pulls. Copy. Insert note. Get 60 free pulls. In these 60 pulls, the SR card here has 15% race bonus, which can be race bonus heavy deck. There's 2. We'll pull here if you need Kita-san Black and free up your borrow slot. There we go, done. Nice nature wit. Pull if you need on your left as a late surger player, or you can max limit break it for 15% race bonus. In the third, no, sorry, not in. For the third scenario, level 45 can also use as 10%. I think it's level 45, right? Supports nice nature. Ah, shoot. Nice nature. Is it level 45 that gets 10%? Oh, no. Oh, yes, it is level 45. Yeah. So, there's my thought. I'll pull here if your deck, if your supporter, your SR SR supporter cards suck. And you do not need to save for any future. I guess you do not need to save for Sun Black or any of the Umas near it. Key-Sun reroll or Key you need to max limit break it. I mean, you could work with a level 45 one, but you should try to max limit break it as soon as possible. You have one limit break. You can like, I mean, you can use the selector ticket here and the limit break crystal to get it to level 45 and suck it up if you don't want to roll on the reroll banner. I guess, yeah, I think that's it. That's like the ones that matter. Everything else is kind of like, you don't really need to consider it. I'll eventually do like a write-up on the other cards on like why they're bad to roll on. But, you know, this, like, I think it's also kind of, I don't know, it's weird to pull on this, like, unless you can guarantee, unless you're going to swipe to max limit break it, or, like, you have so many copies, you have, like, copies of Key in Black, and you can use the selector ticket and the limit break crystal on the Night Nature Wit card. It's just weird to pull on this banner, especially since it's the banner right before the Rico Rice Shower one. Like, if your SRs suck, can you really not just wait one more week for the next banner? How many copies to jump the gun for them? I would say 2 copies. You should definitely think about doing it. But on 1 copy, it's kind of hard to say. Like 2 copies, I would say go for it. Since, well, unless you need a pull on any of these banners. Like if you're thinking about pulling on any of these banners, then probably not. Obviously, but the main thing is just like, after these 2, there's nothing really worth pulling on until maybe Maruzenski Speed for supporter cards. Or Mr. CB Wit for Daring Attack for end closers. So that's why, like, I mean, there's just like not really, like, the rest of these banners just aren't that great to pull on. So if you need like anything, it would just be on these 2. Between the 2, which one's more longer lasting? They both kind of die at the same time. They both die around the 2nd anniversary. I mean, actually, it depends on how strong your account is. Because, like, a Fuku Kitaru and an Orita Top Road, like, sure, they're not meta, but they're probably better than any of the SRs you have if you get them max limit broken. And unless you eventually pull, you know, both Duramente and El Condor Pasa Speed, I can't imagine you just throw away the card. Because right now, your second best speed card is probably Sweep Tosho. If you have her. Like, Fuku Kitaru and what am I trying to say? Fuku Kitaru and Narita Top Road are like pretty equivalent to Sweep. But if you don't, like, obviously if you don't get a copy for it, you're just gonna just accept it and like don't pull on these 2 and then maybe wait for Maruzenski Speed, because Maruzenski Speed gets reran like multiple times. So this one's a lot easier to max limit break. So it gets reran here. It gets reran here. Actually, let me highlight it. With Fine Motion, which is a good Wit card until Romu Wit. It's rerun 3 times, I believe. So then it gets reran again. It gets reran with Nishino Flower, which isn't that great. You usually don't want to pull there. And it gets reran one more time with Romu Wit. Ah, shoot. So if you don't feel like pulling those two, then you can think about pulling from Marzensky. But they're both like pretty equivalent. Like they both kind of do the same thing. But like realistically, you should just pull on it depending on how lucky you feel. Because like if you're 1 off, it's not bad to use a limit break crystal for it. But they both kind of just are like the same. Both of them don't really have like good track demon is okay, you know, because a lot of the conditions are usually firm. That's fine to have. And you don't really want to go for super lucky 7. But Fukukitaro is good because it has a lot of... Well, I mean, it's just a friend card, essentially. Like, it's not really a speed card. But it does have the friendship bonus. But, like, it has the failure protection and mood training. They're both just, like, a little weak. Like, a little bit stronger than your SR speed cards, but, like, not as strong as Kita Black. I recommend skipping both Fuku and NTR for frontrunners for Maru. I mean, yes, because you need to pull for Valentine's Mihono Bourbon. Like, I don't think you should pull on these 2 banners if you need Bourbon. Or if you're pulling on Bourbon. Like, I think there's just too many frontrunners, like, slammed together. It's like, you want Valentine's Mihono Bourbon, you might want to think about getting Kita Black and the Ballroom Saiyan Sky. So... like, definitely as a frontrunner, you might not just actually be able to pull on these 2. Because, like, this is, like, Bourbon is just sandwiched between these 2. I just don't think you can afford it. I can do this. Can you do this? Oh, you want to hear? Okay, if you just want to hear about Satono Diamond, I can just do that right now. I don't want to... I think I saw somebody else ask about Diamond. Diamond is a late surger. Let me see. The Diamond is a late surger. You can, I guess you can run her as pace, but it's not that great. She has an ultimate here. She has the increased target speed for 5 seconds at a 0.45, which is, you know, the best thing you can have. If you're in a good position on the last straight, your speed will increase. So you just can't... This is literally just Ogre recap, right? Except instead of the last 200, it's just if you're in a good position, which is you're within 5 meters of first place. So if you're within 5 meters of first place, you get Ogre recap's ultimate. In terms of... Am I on global? Yes. In terms of the potential skills she has a late surger skill that, you know, as long as you're 4th place or lower, you'll get a recovery skill, which is, you know, good. And then she has the right-handed gold skill, which is also okay. Her skill evolutions make her a little bit better because she can level up her evolve skill to either give her target speed or reduce the stamina recovery to increase even more target speed. So she just has a she has a good early game and a good late game. You just have to slam her with a lot of mid-race skills. Yeah, so I think she's like... Yeah, let me put it in. I think she's like A tier, A minus tier. Though not many of the, like, not many late surgers are S tier. I think her New Year's version is better, but most late surgers aren't. Like, besides, I mean, it's hard when you're getting compared to Ogre Cap Christmas, because if late surgers are good, Christmas will just take that role. But she is very strong as a late surger. So we put her at A tier late. Consistent recovery skill. Yeah. A strong end. Sorry, late race is the term. Late race. Consistent recovery skill and a strong late race. Unique. With skill evos, she has decent opening leg positioning. Oh, needs a little help with mid race legacies, and deck should be built around it. And then obviously she's a late surger, so just gamble on her. Yeah, I think such like she's a really good. I mean, she's just a very like she's better than. I mean, she's A tier late surger. That's all I can really. That's all I want to say. And then I think also like being able to evolve and get a target speed increase instead of a stam recovery for medium tracks is pretty good, since generally that will allow you to be position kept in front of the other late surgers. So then you only have to worry about getting blocked by pace chasers rather than the late surgers around you. Like this opening leg really helps with getting around the debuffers. So I think that's gonna be late surger's biggest problem is maybe just getting blocked out. Obviously you're gonna have to tank the debuff skills, but it's either you get kidnapped by the debuffers or you tank the stam debuff from Nice Nature. So it's kind of just a what can you really build around. I do believe her New Year's version is better for long tracks. Because she has stam, not stam eater, stam siphon, lose yourself, so you don't have to run the Chris S card for that. But lose yourself on your potentials is really strong. So this is a very strong late Satono Diamond. So if you really like Satono Diamond, you can run this one for mediums and miles, and run this version specifically for longs. Because, like, while I love Lose Yourself is really good, this card is not good. So it's really good that she has it in her potentials. And then I think she has one more, the La Arc version. This one is good on middle 2400s. This is too specific of a skill. But yeah, just wanted to real quick just go over all the Satono Diamonds. Okay. And we'll probably just stop here. So that's everything essentially rated up until the first anniversary. So hopefully that helps you with just understanding how, like, are Uma's good. Obviously, this is all in comparison to like running against Summer Maru. Like they're all being compared to Summer Maru, Valentine's Mihono Bourbon, and Christmas Ogre. If you face a race where you don't face either of them, then the ratings for these Umas wouldn't be as low. Like they're only low rated because the ceiling is these two front runners and Christmas Ogre. If any of my decisions change, I will change it here. But that's about like how it is. Maybe some of them. Yeah, so yeah, bump them up a tier. Yeah, like it's only like there's only like the D tiers, and some of the C tiers are just inherently bad. But like the rest of them aren't that bad. It's just it's gonna be really hard to win against the metas. What am I trying to say? Added Uma Nations tier. Well, well, I think because at the start of every month I do the month rundown. So I'll say in there if like I changed anything, like I changed my decisions. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna regurgitate what I said here, with like a little bit like more visual. But yeah, that's just like my thoughts on everything here, like in comparison to the other Umas. I think a lot of these supporter cards suck, besides the ones that I've already gone over, or like I have highlighted here. I do think just anything that, I mean, there's a reason why like nobody talks about anything besides these cards. They all just kind of suck. There's like niche uses, like sure, Manhattan Cafe Stam gives you Stam Eater, but are you really gonna pull a card for long races when it's like sandwiched in between all of this? So I'll definitely have the explanation there though, just in case like you get it randomly when pulling on a banner and you want to see like the power level of that card. Yeah, I think I will end the stream here. That has been 3 hours of going over every single Uma, and then this stream has been going on for about 4 hours. So thank you guys all for watching today. Tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Let me check. I just get stuff off, right? Like kind of like some other gacha games. It's pretty hard to get spooked by like a specific Uma. Am I continuing tomorrow? Probably not. I think 1 year is pretty good. Maybe when the second scenario starts, I will like review more stuff afterwards. But I'm not really in a hurry right now. Let me log back in. Yeah, so it should be 7 hours until the matchmaking phase, and the matchmaking phase should last half an hour. So by the time my stream starts up tomorrow, we can watch our final race and see if I win. It was a 91.3%. I thought it was 92%. So hopefully tomorrow, you know, this win rate converts into a first. Is the calendar a monthly update on my Excel sheet? Yes, the calendar is a monthly update. So if you go on my Excel sheet, and you like look at the bottom here, we have the past time factors. So I'll update this every time, and then they'll change like the dates on everything as well. So right now it's at what, 41%. As soon as we enter October, I'll be able to update that. I also need a source where I got all of these informations from. But if you go into like the big updates, you can see all the sources that I've been using for certain things, and I'll have that here. But now that I know that, because I learned yesterday I could do the note feature, I'll try to source more stuff around. But generally, like the big updates to this is like every month, and then I'll always have the version history here if anything gets changed. Nice, yeah, thank you guys all for watching. I am gonna go eat my dinner. You can catch me on my final race tomorrow. Bye bye.